Can start now.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. A very warm welcome to all who are present in this session. It is indeed a matter of great pride for us to welcome you all in the inaugural session of International Students Conference ISC Adamus 2020. In this virtual conference, I, Dr. Sanghamitra Brahma, Associate Professor, School of Business and Economics, take a lot of pride to welcome all of you. In this session, we have participants from 15 different countries, 26 different universities, more than 150 speakers who will be presenting in the conference, and more than 200 paper submissions. It is indeed a great achievement for Adamus University. In the mid of this pandemic, the conference is being organized on the topic Education Creating Future Today, going beyond the pandemic. As the topic goes, we can see that the university is moving hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder with the pioneering bodies all over the globe. Like it is said that if you want to prepare for the future, create it. And we are strong believers in this. Having said this, I request our Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Dipendra Kumar Jha, to speak and address our participants. Dr. Dipendra Kumar Jha, over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Brahma. It's a pleasure actually when I deliver this first address to all the students here, all the participants. Let me at the onset congratulate my colleagues at Team International Relations, and particularly Dr. Bishwas, who heads the internationality at Adamus University, to for putting up such a great show in such a short time, such a span of time. And I once again welcome all of you, all the participants, on behalf of the Adamus University family. I think the theme is extremely important and very relevant too. It says creating future. In fact, this is the role of educational institutions. We create future. But the only trick is this pandemic. And it has actually changed, altered the way we think, the way we had perceived the future. It was a disruption in the beginning of this year. And one thing is sure, I mean, last little under 1 year, that we are not going to go back to the world that existed before crisis. It's a new world. Now, how it is going to shape it, and rather I would say, how are we going to give it a shape? That is most important here. Resilience is a great human virtue. And we saw this at the beginning of this year, that when this pandemic hit, we all had no clue. And I'm particularly talking about education, that how are we going to continue with learning? But as people say, that life has to go on, so has to go on the learning. And great to witness that learning never stopped. Mode changed. And now we are, this is probably an opportunity. Amidst a lot of challenges, this is an opportunity that, we are all meeting, e-meeting today. 26 universities from 15 countries, 150 plus speakers, 200 plus presentations, submissions. It's a great achievement. So it's a small, let's take a pause to celebrate and exchange ideas that, we all have, experiences and ideas, and that will help us actually, the administrators, to actually move forward. It's actually a partnership between the students, the learners, and the education providers. So I think this is a perfect platform for enabling the same. I'm sure that history is going to divide this timeline like pre-COVID era and post-COVID era. Such is the crisis of a lifetime that we are all witnessing at this moment. I think particularly I would say that 4 critical areas that's important at this moment: access to education, and I will talk briefly about it; quality of learning. The third is mental and psychological support, and the fourth, extremely important, when we open, physical safety at our institutions. So I think the education is going to revolve, at this moment, among these things. If you see, when I say access to education, worldwide, when we say that we need computers or mobile phones, worldwide, it's only less than 50% of the population has access to computers. So I think this is extremely important here, that to understand that if 50%, and that too I'm talking global average, if you talk about Indian subcontinent or say sub-Saharan Africa, it's merely little over 10%. The access to internet is again, worldwide, it's almost like halfway, 57% to be precise. But if you talk about, some of the, places, it's less than 1/4. So I think if you couple it with, club it with the access to electricity, then the situation gets even worse. So in this situation, access to education is extremely important. And this is an opportunity for the policymakers, for the governments actually to think that how can we strengthen and create a robust infrastructure, and particularly IT. Can we make IT a fundamental right now? Like the access to education is a right now, fundamental right. Can we have IT as fundamental right? So I think access to education is important. Then comes quality. Quality is actually coupled with this. The teachers who used to be source of information need to actually be now source of inspiration. Yeah. The third thing we say, we all are going through a crisis, so we need to have this mentally very strong. So I think we need to have counselors and people who work for mental health. That's also extremely important for all of us involved, particularly the vulnerability is of students. And the last point I would say is there are many positives. I would say education will reach to now more and more people, but I think we need to now make sure that the focus should be on free and open sourceware, so that the access to education is ascertained. Vocational and skill-based training is now going to be the key, and it will actually replace probably the traditional, to some extent, the traditional way of teaching learning. So I think with these things, I'm sure that the deliberations of today, all the speakers are going to make today, and it will be a fulfilling one, enriching one. And at the same time, I'm sure that many of you are going to find lifelong friends here, though it's an e-meeting, but still I'm sure that you are going to find friendship that will last for your lifetime. So I'm actually excited, and wishing you all the best, wishing the team all the best, and wishing this conference a great success. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Jha. It was so pleasant listening to you. I'm sure all who are present over here now fully connected to this, to this entire session, having listened to your motivational words. And very precisely, sir has mentioned the specific features which we must focus on in this scenario. Right. We have here with us a number of students who are from bachelor as well as master degree from various universities around the world. May I please invite Johanna Sinko. Johanna Sinko is bachelor student from Far Eastern University, Philippines. Johanna, I request you to please unmute. Yeah, Johanna, can you please address us about the message that you would want to share with all of us?
Distinguished colleagues, the young leaders of the world, good morning. I am Johanna Trescia Cinco on behalf of Far Eastern University, and I would like to send our deepest gratitude for the years of partnership and trust with Adamas University. But more than gratitude, I am standing behind this online podium to tell everybody a story about love, basically. When I was a little girl, I used to sleep after bedtime stories of love. These are the nostalgic and serene stories of no great philosopher, such as Plato nor Aristotle, but are the very own stories of my own grandmother. She'd sing me the sweetest lullabies and then tell me how the story of how they strived hard to give the best education for their children. It's funny. She'd tell me how they'd walk back and forth their high mountains just to let their children get a glimpse of their teacher who would give them old books and questionable instructions. Regardless, even if they go home with dirty feet and an empty stomach, they were satisfied. They learned. She told me that this is love. For with love comes sacrifices. And without sacrifice, love is just an expression. In retrospect, we have seen a lot of examples of love and sacrifice. The iconic archetype is Mr. Martin Luther King, who knew that his fight would cost him his dear life. Centuries after his sacrifice, one and all are still reaping off the benefits of those who chose to sacrifice for us. I firmly believe that these people were driven by love to execute the sacrifices. It is because of love that we are now in a better world. Sadly, the sense of a better world has been challenged. The results of our long-time greed have continuously attacked us. We are now in a dilemmatic time with a deadly contagious virus, a series of worldwide incompetent leaders, continuous natural catastrophes, and more irrational people on the ground. Through these hard times, we have been compelled to sacrifice, to give up the joy of face-to-face learning and possibly compromise learning for a safer alternative. However, the image of sacrifice constantly changes. If before it was the narrative of my grandmother going back and forth their high mountains for education, right now, the struggle has become a constant back and forth of the consistent anxiety brought upon the new normal setup of education. The transition to the online is surprising, but it's something I've always presumed as inevitable. The future of education has always been meant to be digital, especially in an ever-changing world with fast-paced advancement and multiple innovations. However, the plight of all is that the urgency to transition has cut down functionality and made education conditional. It now made education a question of access and the ability to afford the transition. Well, on the other hand, online classes are a temporary alternative, right? Hence, in an ideal world after the pandemic, we can all go back to the usual setting where a professor is within the touch of our fingertips and knowledge is just by the library in a book waiting to be opened. Because most of us believes that the only adversary of education and the love thereof is the online arena. Sadly, as someone who grew up with the stories of how my grandmother struggled for education, I stand otherwise. I want to use this podium to remind everyone that the narrative of education being conditional isn't retroactive to an online context. Ever since and even for the generations before us, education has always been conditional. Even in an ideal world where we automatically fix the pandemic and go back to the brick and mortar institutions, there will still be those who will stand outside the four corners of a classroom not being able to afford something which should have been available for everybody to begin with. This is the reality. Unfortunately, as I grew up, I realized that the stories of my grandmother's sacrifices for education weren't stories of great love. They were stories of unrequited love. And this unrequited love has tortured enough people to paint education as a privilege. Because if it were great love, my grandmother wouldn't have to work twice as hard to send all of her kids to school. If it were great love, my father won't need to drop his degree because education had become a luxury he can no longer afford. If it were great love, there would be reciprocity. If it were great love, there would be systemic assistance to make education accessible to all. I stand by this podium to call everyone to demand to be reciprocated. In this situation, if the only alternative to prevent an impasse of education is to do it in an online platform, we must demand the right things. To stand by the assurance of education by asking the system to assist online classes and create change in making education generally accessible. Ladies and gentlemen, if we want to solve education beyond the pandemic, let's also look at the problems beyond it. Lack of access isn't exclusive to the current climate. It has always been there, and it will still be there even after the pandemic. Love shouldn't be a sacrifice. Love should be reciprocated. Use this platform to create change for them. Speak up, demand change, and tell everybody the story of our great love. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Johanna. Thank you, Johanna.
Thank you, ma'am.
That was beautiful speech from Johanna. And so rightly said that love demands sacrifice. And these are the deepest human values and morals which have been imbibed in all of us since the generations. But over time, as the entire globe is progressing through time, we have faced global issues, challenges. Together we have, and together we will survive through all difficulties and challenges, and love shall definitely help us sail through. But yes, technology in today's era will definitely help us to remove differences. It will allow access everyone to education. To move forward, I invite Ms. Maria Pakhomova, bachelor's student from Vitus Bering, Kamchatka State University, Russia. Maria, can we hear from you, please?
Hello, yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, thank
Yes.
you.
Okay, so good day, everyone. My name is Maria. I am from Russia, and I represent Vitus Bering Kamchatka State University. Kamchatka is a peninsula in the Russian Far East. If I am able to show my screen, I will show you the map. And give me 1 second. So here is where Kamchatka is, and I'm speaking from here. My university is one of the biggest universities in my region and in the Russian Far East. And it is important to say that we have a very good relationship with Adamas University. Last year, 4 students and 1 professor from my university came to Adamas, and they say that it was a wonderful experience. They are impressed with the campus and with the magnificence of India. Speaking about me, I haven't been to India yet, but it is a dream of mine to see the sophisticated and bright world with my own eyes. And there is one tradition that attracts me the most. I'm going to show you. This is the Holi Festival. I'm just showing so that everybody has a notion of it. And here in Russia, before the pandemics, of course, there were some attempts to hold the same festivals, the same celebrations, but for me, it would be really fascinating to see this festival in India, as it should be. So speaking on behalf of my university, I want to say that it is an honor for us to participate in this event. And we are grateful to Adamas University for an invitation. And we also want to thank everyone who helped to organize this event. And of course, everyone connected to education needs to share the experience of adapting to the new learning environment attained in 2020. Unfortunately, for now, we can't make it online, but there will be more chances for face-to-face communication soon. What is more, by holding a conference via Zoom, we support the trend toward the distance learning, and I'm sure this will be discussed today a lot. And I was asked to share my experience of learning in 2020 during the speech. But while preparing, I realized that distance learning was neither difficult nor depressing for me. It was like this most likely because I had been taking some on classes even before the pandemic. So while everyone were having problems with Zoom installation and no sound, I had already everything arranged. However, as I see it, most of the problems that became obvious during the pandemics had already existed for a long time. And these most urgent issues were stressed under the new circumstances. For example, speaking for me, I had felt my own lack of practice and experience in some certain learning disciplines, and lockdown made me worry about my future qualification even more. That is why today I encourage everyone here to focus on education of the future, but I also encourage you to be realistic, to analyze the weaknesses that our education may have now, and to foresee, as much as possible, any future problems in the field. Altogether, we can achieve the best results by making things not only progressive, but also very well planned. To conclude, I want to say that we are creating the future today. I am sure that a year ago, not even a half of the participants could have imagined themselves speaking in an online event. Now, it is our reality. I hope that everyone's speeches will go as planned so that at the end of the day, you all will be satisfied with your presentations. Good luck to everyone. Goodbye.
Thank you, Maria, for that short and lovely speech. Maria so rightly said that education has to be futuristic. Education has to be progressive. And this global pandemic has posed a challenge. And in our effort to sail through this challenge, make it through the challenge, we have together coped up. From here, I will move on to our next speaker of the day, Ms. Sinta Priscilia, who is a bachelor student from Petra Christian University, Indonesia. Shinta, can we hear from you, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Welcome, Shinta.
Good day, everyone. My name is Sinta Priscilia. I am from Indonesia. Right now, I am a third-year undergraduate student at Petra Christian University, where I am studying elementary education. Education is life. For now, these words are just a dream for many children in Indonesia. Due to COVID-19, almost every schools are closed. Children are having an online school. Unfortunately, many areas in Indonesia have not been reached by the internet. Data from UNICEF show that 35% of pupils in Indonesia do not have internet access. Furthermore, many Indonesian families cannot afford one gadget for each student to attend online classes. These problems leave nearly 6 million pupils out of school. Another problem that must be faced by Indonesian children during this online school era is teacher-centered education. During online learning, there are only a few learning activities. Students spend most of their school time listening to their teacher's explanation. Only 37.5% of pupils enjoy online learning. Now, others feel that this teaching method makes them feel bored easily. They are also having difficulty to concentrate in understanding the teaching materials. On the other hand, online learning also brings many health problems. Many students in Indonesia complain of having sore eyes as well as neck and back pain. From what I have learned in Petra Christian University, God created humans as active learners. Students are supposed to be the center of learning. It means teachers are not the only source of learning. From my experience in these past 8 months, I can learn well from modules. My teacher gave me modules so I can learn individually. With modules, I can learn with my own learning style. I am not hampered by internet or gadget problems. According to Merriam-Webster, modules mean an educational unit which cover a single subject or topic. Modules can be an alternative for online learning, but there are some challenges to make it effective, especially in Indonesia. Modules require students to have a good literacy skill and peak learning effort, but the level of literacy in Indonesia is still deficient. There is only 1 in 1,000 people in Indonesia who enjoy reading. One of the ways that I think can increase children motivation to learning from module is to make it enjoyable. When I was child, I love stories, I love colors, and I love to play. So, in my opinion, teacher can design colorful modules. Teacher can present the learning materials in the form of stories. Also, teacher can provide questions in the form of games. A clear guideline will help students in doing the modules. Lastly, teacher can provide all the learning material such as stickers, coloring pages, or origami in the modules. This will help to attract students, especially those in kindergarten and elementary for learning. Then, what should teachers do next? Of course, teachers should monitor the students' progress. Teachers can review modules to online learning periodically. On this occasion, students can ask about the materials that they don't understand. Also, teachers can give motivation to their students to continue studying in this situation. Furthermore, teacher can give explanation the goal for the next period. This way, teachers do their job to guide students to develop their abilities and talents that God has given to them. Education is life. Educational problem during COVID-19 should not stop children from learning. Let's make this dream come true. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you, Shinta. That was lovely listening to you. So Shinta has enumerated her perspective on the various pros and cons of online learning. In fact, let me tell you, here at Adamus, we faculty members are always very keen to extract feedback from our students. And now it is indeed an opportunity to get the feedback from students around the globe. From here, definitely all of us, we the teachers who are in this session, we will benefit from the points made by Shinta. I would now move on to Marinkevich Emma, who is master's degree student from University of State Fiscal Services of Ukraine. Marinkevich? Okay.
Yes, nice to meet you. It's very good morning to one and all present here. And thank you for joining International Students Conference Education, Creating Future Today, Going Beyond the Pandemic. It's my pleasure to participate in this outstanding event across so many continents, countries, universities, students, making the conferences truly international, one in spirit. This virtual international students conference is an opportunity to share difference of opinion on common platform. And this conference has suppressed the various challenges that our education system all over the world has faced over this ongoing global pandemic year and has adapted to changing technological trends in the industry. In this year, the conference holds special value because it's taking place on the digital platform. Due to changing time caused by COVID-19, it's our global choice to stay safe and maintain social distance. It's a result of which the conference will be the first of many conferences in the future that will be conducted remotely through the use of advanced technologies such as virtual reality. The theme of this conference is dedicated to education that always been the foundation of life, lamp of path, way out to current problems and challenges, highway to innovations, progress, and the desired future. But well as changes in education dynamics around the world due to COVID-19 pandemic. I would like to lay out the major outcomes of this conference with respect to the theme of conference, which is changing education dynamics, creating future today going beyond the pandemic in different universities of the world. We will also be talking about the global codes of conduct and best practices in the education field around the world. Last but not least, I would like to thank and all of the delegates, the school authorities of Adamas University and from other countries, the delegates who have come from all over the globe. And I would like to conclude my speech by encouraging the delegates and participate with increasing number in all of discussions through the digital platforms for the next panel discussions. I wish everyone a successful, safe, and fruitful conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Emma. Thank you for joining us from the far-flung land of Ukraine. Uh, we at Adamas are really grateful to all of you for being with us today. To speak a little about Adamas University, Adamas University is located in the lush green landscape of West Bengal state of India. And this is particularly in a place called Barasat, which is 13 kilometers away from the International Airport Kolkata, capital city of West Bengal. And we at Adamas, we aspire to impart finest quality education to the young people who would take up different professions. And we have 9 schools here in the campus where different courses, different programs are being offered to the students. We have more than 3,500 students currently, and the university has the vision of providing the best quality education, which is futuristic and progressive. And in this pandemic, we together, we are warriors who are in our in our journey towards the new normal. And all of you who have joined us today, definitely we are now together in with this. I would like to move forward to our next speaker, Ms. Walai Kasmi. Walai Kasmi is a bachelor student from Muhammad V University, Morocco. Can we hear from you, please?
Hello, welcome. My name is Wala Qasmi. I'm a graduate student from Morocco. I am here representing Muhammad V University in Rabat. I just want to say that we are very grateful to Adamas University for creating this unique global platform that gives academics and students worldwide a chance to share their own thoughts and experiences on both the education system during the pandemic and expectation post-pandemic. Some of the students presenting today are joining us from my precious university. They will tackle the crisis that we face in the country and focus on the problems the Moroccan education system encountered, the lessons acquired, and finally offer some recommendations to rise with our education post-pandemic. I just want to say thank you to the participants, the audience, and the partners, and a special thank you to the local organizing committee of Adamas for putting together this engaging program. And the continuous efforts they put to bring this event to the fore. Here, Muhammad V University of Rabat would like to dedicate a special thank you to Professor Parimal and through him to the Chancellor of Adamas, Professor Samit. Now allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to share with you my humble experience as a student who had to go through the same experience as you did throughout the pandemic. Going from physical education to virtual one overnight was a little difficult for most. In Morocco, for most countries, and Morocco is no exception. The first couple of weeks were a bit different. No one knew how long the pandemic was going to last. However, once the government started taking the security precautions and put the country under lockdown, there was the slap of reality telling us that this is indeed a serious matter, and it won't quickly disappear by morning. Our educational system, like the majority, was not built to adapt overnight with such change. So we sat at home, waiting for new instructions to follow. Once our university and professors made their decision, we started the online classes. It was a bit difficult at first, but I believe we worked together on it, both professors and students. Each professor adapted the virtual class according to their course, and until we figured out the right platforms and suitable methods. Some professors uploaded videos and audios, others would send us books and articles, while others would just simply schedule online meetings. But the one thing the majority did was the regular monitoring to ensure addressing solutions to the various problems we have been facing. My long held career dream of landing a job with the UN has always been my main motive behind spending years waking up early each morning to go to school. So, switching from going to school 5 days a week to studying from home was a bit challenging. The main problem was that after being under lockdown for months, seeing the same wall and the same faces had an impact on most. The majority of people went from having a stable routine to being disorganized and getting lazy. And I am no different. As a person who usually spends all day out, from the university to the library or the coffee shop to study, I found it difficult to focus when I'm home. Thankfully, as time went by, I have updated my daily routine and adjusted it to the new living condition. I spend more time focusing on myself and I figured out many things. For example, I'm most productive at a time where everyone is asleep. The pandemic showed me a different side of the universe. I had all the time in the world, but again, I had no time at all. It reminded me that only I have control over my life. It was more of a wake up call telling me that life is short and that I should start living mine as soon as I can instead of waiting for the perfect time. The crisis didn't just involve me, however. It also made me think about the unfortunate segment of our community. As I was home, resting and enjoying the food and the warmth of my bed, other people were struggling. The pandemic has affected most sectors. The economic meltdown had pushed the poor even further behind and deepened the poverty pit. Even if Morocco was one of the first countries to force a lockdown to attempt to keep the crisis under control, quarantine was not an option for everyone. Some people didn't have a roof over their heads, others lived in a very crowded household. Another fraction of the society touched by the crisis were the underprivileged children. The internet is not available all over, and this lack of resources affected the students' education. Some people struggled to even go to public schools before the crisis, so the change to virtual education was extremely difficult for some than others. The pandemic, however, wasn't the cause of all these underlying problems, but it simply highlighted the hidden issues the country has been facing. Having thought of all these issues that are no longer hidden as before, I have made my decision to contribute a little more to the universe. The pandemic confirmed to me that my goal of making a difference in the world is vital. And now the urge to follow my lifelong dream of working with the UN and being involved in humanitarian work only grew bigger. So without any further ado, I just want to say that I will look forward to engage with you and learn from each of your stories throughout the various sessions of this conference. I am impatient to see the insightful recommendations that would result from the various sessions. Thank you for your patience, and I hope you have a lovely day.
Thank you, Ms. Kasmi. Your speech has indeed been an inspiration for all students in general. And like you have said, that it has been a whole new discovery of harnessing technology, of discovering, aspirations of your life, identifying what you would want to do with your life in the near future, uh, because this is the time. We and so well said that while you have all the time in the world, you have no time at all because there's so much to do, right? And this is indeed a message for every young student. With this, I would move to the next speaker, Mr. Shantan Bhomik, who is bachelor student from Adamas University, India. Shantan, can we have you with us?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for the kind introduction. Let me begin by expressing my profound gratitude to great champions of education, our Vice Chancellor, Sir Dr. Dipendra Gumacha, the moderator, and all the distinguished guests. However, most of all, I want to recognize today all the participant friends from around the globe. Let me introduce myself. I am Shantan Bhomik, student of Computer Science and Engineering Department of Adamas University. And today I will speak as candidly as possible on the topic of education on the backdrop of global pandemic. So pandemic has shaken up the status quo and laid bare a lot of our education systems, deep-seated problems like high student debt, high dropout rate, and the archaic knowledge dispensing system. But embedded in this pandemonium, there is a North Star that will guide the future generation of students. Today, I intend to share with all of you a few observations of mine. My first observation is about poor man's lockdown and yearning for education. There is one girl child in my neighborhood. She is one of those 40% girls aged between 15 to 18 years not attending school regularly. Blame it on the lack of endowment or expectations of domesticity. Her only fountainhead of knowledge, the school being shut, specter of despair was looming over her. I decided to pay forward my blessing. I bought her a smart device with sufficient data plans so that she could continue her curriculum. The most gratifying money I have ever spent. The prodigy of technology has democratized education. Online courses are global assets available to anyone with smart device. The only caveat being privacy concerns surrounding those virtual classrooms. We have to keep these children safe away from the prying eyes of adversaries. My second story is about techno-solutionism, Silicon Valley's quest to solve all of the humanities problems. In a multilingual country like ours, language barriers create complexities. Cutting-edge research in text translation aims to create deep learning algorithms that can translate lectures in any language to students' native language. Similar technology in voice recognition and text summarization can transcribe an entire lecture. Tech-enabled learning cannot replace but only augment classroom-based pedagogy. We don't know what will be the future of job market 20 to 30 years down the line. Due to automation revolution, many jobs will suffer from irrelevance. We actually need a system for lifelong education. It should be on political agenda. Let the skeptics know public investment in education works. The salient goal of education in this century should be cultivating emotional intelligence and resilience, as it was mentioned by our Honorable Vice Chancellor sir as well. That is the message we are sending out here today. Internet has been a faithful Sherpa all along. However, we have to walk the last mile through cooperation. We have to be alive to one another's struggle. Circumstances don't define our future. Greed do. Commitment do. I fervently believe not machine learning algorithms, but only consciousness of empathetic and resilient human beings can design the future of education. Thank you, everyone. Have a productive day.
Thank you, Shantan. Rightly said that we need empathetic human effort to sail through this pandemic and probably every possible challenge under the blue sky, of course, with support of technology, because science, technology, and of course, human existence. They are almost inseparable in today's scenario, as we have learned over time. From here, we will move back to our next speaker, Ms. Elizaveta Osipenko, bachelor student from Omsk State Agrarian University, Russia, is here with us. Elizaveta, can we please have you? Yes, please. Mr. Ranobroto, I think the sound, you need to unmute her. Just a minute. I am telling the person who is in the technical. হ্যাঁ ওই যে একজন দেখুন মেসেজে লিখছে, আপনাকে তাকে অ্যালাউ করতে হবে। Yeah, you are unmuted now. You must unmute yourself. We cannot hear you. We can see your video and the display, but we cannot hear you. Hello. Ma'am, we cannot hear you.
Can you hear us?
Yeah. Now you're audible.
Oh, it's perfect.
Yeah, everything is just fine. So you can please continue.
Thank you. Hello, dear participants and organizers of the forum. My name is Elizaveta Osipenko, and this is my group mates. And I'm a first-year student of the Faculty of Economics, and today I represent our Omsk State Agrarian University, named after Stolypin. First of all, I would like to say that we are very grateful to you for the opportunity to participate in such an interesting and developing event. This is very important for us because our students are actively interested in international activities, and you provide us with such an excellent opportunity to communicate with people from different countries. We very much hope that our international communication will continue in the future. I want to tell you a little about our university, which is one of the best agriculture universities in the Russian Federation. In February 2018, Omsk State Agrarian University celebrated its 100th anniversary. This has become a significant date in the history of our educational institution. The university has trained over 100,000 graduates, and our university actively cooperates in the field of science and education with more than 100 universities and organizations from 21 countries of the world. One of the important events in the life of the university was winning a mega grant. Following the results of 8 mega grant competition for the creation of world-class lab. The project of Omsk scientists increasing the nutritional value of wheat based on genetic and breeding methods, improved technologies for the production and processing of grain, was among the winners. Also, we believe that the current situation around the world is a reason for our development. In 2020, the topic is raised related to the development of new profession that can now be mastered online. Now new opportunities are opening up for us when we can change our lives and create something new and unique. Therefore, the possibility of online learning allows us to find advantages in the consequences of the pandemic. There are a huge number of advantages in the online education mode compared to offline education. For example, its ability to study from anywhere in the world, the ability to choose several courses and be in time everywhere. Then online courses are usually cheaper than offline training. At the same time, the active growth of the industry contributes to more choice and improving the quality of content. The world's best university have provided access to their programs. And you practice when it's convenient choosing a comfortable time and place. And of course, this is what we can communicate with you now. It's perfect, it's really perfect. The history of our university is enriched every year, and we are very pleased that we can also contribute to its development. Our students are ready to cooperate and communicate with other foreign students, overcome language barriers, and conquer new heights. In the end, I want to say that the topic of pandemic touched upon today. is the main one in modern society and the world. And now the world has turned upside down. However, this our even our lives also changed. We change and our values change along with it. And now we appreciate everything that turned out to be so fragile. Health, happiness, and freedom. Be healthy and thank you for listening. That's all.
Thank you, Elizabetha. So with this, we have listened to students from almost every corner of the globe. And this is indeed a great feeling. We have heard from students from various parts of Russia, various universities, from Philippines, from Indonesia, Moscow, Ukraine, Morocco, and of course, from Adamas University. And having listened to all of you, it's indeed a rich inflow of input of how the students feel and what has been their experience during this pandemic and their realization regarding the significance of education. And education indeed can it can take us further. It will allow us to prevail through every situation of our life. Thank you all. And in the end, I invite Ms. Najma Lashkaria Yazdi to please deliver her vote of thanks. Ma'am, please unmute.
A very good morning to everyone. On behalf of Adamas University, I would like to thank you for your valuable time and your presence. Definitely with you beautiful students, we are going to have a brilliant and productive webinar. So I'm going to wrap it up. I will start with, once a great man whispered, feeling thankfulness and not expressing it is like wrapping a present and not giving it. Today, I take the opportunity to put all my gratitude into words. I will start with our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Jha, for his brilliant speech. Well said. He said, we are not going back to the world that was existing, but building our new world in this new pandemic. He mentioned about 4 critical points: access to education, quality of learning, mental health and support, and finally, physical safety when the university gets open. Thank you so much, Dr. Jha. I'll go back to mention, my deep sense and appreciate to Elizabeth and her team. Thank you so much, Elizabeth, for giving a brilliant idea about your university and how great your university is in agriculture and those brilliant, awards they have won. She talked and her team about the advantages of online classes and how cheap and affordable they are. And you are so comfortable with the time, flexibility of the time and opportunity to get connected with new university, foreign universities, new researchers. Thank you so much, Joanna, for your beautiful and touch story of love, which your grandmother used to talk and tell you during your bedtime, a lullaby, that how important is it to a child be educated, and moreover, the story of love and sacrifice, which are the 2 known faces to everyone. Thank you so much. I would even like to express my sincere thanks to Maria, which was giving an excellent coverage to our seminar today, sharing her beautiful ideas and how she was talking about Adamas, and she was sharing some photos that how they celebrate Holi in Russia, and how she could and her university adapt to a new normal. And moreover, pandemic did not stop her from learning. And despite how lockdown made her worry about her future, she's still, rocking it. Thank you so much, Maria. I would also like to express my gratitude to Shinta for providing her thoughts. She mentioned about, I believe, Indonesia, that 35% of students have no access to internet. And she even said that students are facing lots of problems during online classes. And she gave some suggestions that to teachers that why not make it more enjoyable by coming with beautiful and more, joyful methodology. And she said that at last, I don't think so we need any more teachers, or maybe I'm wrong. She said that we can have some other access, like who other tools and other robots can help us, beside the teachers, and that is the websites which we have, Google and YouTube. I would like to particularly thank Emma for where she mentioned the need for digital education in this webinar. The way in which she explained this subject was extraordinary, and she mentioned that the change in education during pandemic time. Thank you so much, Emma. I must not forget to thank you, Vala Kasmir, for her speech on education during the pandemic and post-pandemic, and the journey of moving from physical classes to online classes in Morocco. She even mentioned different ways of education proposed by her university professors, which they were challenging. However, she came to such a great understanding of her uniqueness and how more productive she can become when she is offline, or she is not physically, present in their class. Agreed, and at last she said, a great dream to achieve and continue working with UN. Thank you so much, Vala. And finally, I want to thank you, our students from Adamis, Shayantan, for his thoughtful words and how he changed a life of a girl child in his community by providing a smartphone. I mean, she did her contribution to the society. And the message he was trying to say that let's definitely, we all go for that big jump of feeling sympathy to empathy. Thank you so much, everyone. I would like to thank you all again for making this event success. Have a great day and productive day.
Ma'am, one person we had missed in between, and that is Miss Olga Matis. Olga is very much here with us. So Miss Olga, can we hear from you? Master student, People's Friendship University of Russia, Moscow.
Oh, excuse me, it's such a little troubles with internet. It's normal. Thank you so much. And first of all, good morning, everyone, because it's only 8:00 a.m. in Moscow region. And to get ready for this event, I had to get up about 5 o'clock. And last time I had to wake up this early was only in March 2020, when I had to get in time for my bus to Moscow. But today everything has changed, and we all know that. And actually, I guess that it's not going to be the same anymore. And even when the terrible pandemic is over. And you know what? I think it's fine. It's fine because, for example, today I can thank Professor Dr. Parimal Chandra Biswas and our scientific supervisor, Professor Dr. Diana Spulber, for this amazing, amazing opportunity to speak out loud for an enormous amount of people from all around the world without leaving my home. For me, I'm just a girl from a small town, born and raised in a simple family. I was taught by my mom and grandma to achieve everything with my own mind and hard working, and it's all for me is one huge fairy tale. Thank you so much. People's Friendship University of Russia became one of the first universities in our country that decided to study remotely, almost completely, with exception of first-year students. They joined us later. And I'm very grateful to the administration of my university for this wise decision. I cannot even imagine my family worrying about me while I'm staying all alone in a huge capital of a huge country in the center of a real storm. Leaving Moscow, I thought that I will be right back about 2 weeks, maybe a little longer. And I'm sure everyone thought so leaving Moscow. But then we all realized what we are facing at and how many things will have to change in our mind, in our time management, and in our whole education system. And of course, the process is really long and it's still full of difficulties. In this high technological era of total lockdown, uh, there became extremely important the human factor. Education system depends not only on electronics like this. It lies on shoulders of all its alive participants, students, teachers, administrators, and all those people, all of us. We were shocked and knocked down. And there we have to remember what is the very nature of all those things that we are depending on today: radio, television, satellites, or in Russian, Sputnik, internet. They are all about to make us closer. Although for a long period they've been dividing us actually. And today we're home, but we can see and hear each other despite the time and space, closed borders, and even political disagreements. And isn't it a miracle, you know? Maybe it's the same miracle that Queen Band, my favorite Queen Band, was singing about. This is a time came when we see from our little screens that we can all be friends. Thank you so much. Grazie mille. Спасибо большое. And let's hope that I'm saying it right. Bahad Dhanivat.
Thank you so much. And finally, we have a request to make a presentation from, just a minute. Yeah, from Eastern Summer University, Philippines. So, Rodora, Rodora Mendoza, you want to make a presentation. You are from Eastern Summer University. You can please go ahead with that. Our technical support will give you permission.
Madam, please unmute yourself, madam.
Ma'am, please unmute yourself.
Hello.
Yeah, you are
Hello.
audible. You are audible.
Yeah, I am not the one presenting. It would be my students from Eastern Summer State University.
Ma'am, can you please tell the name of the student so that we can allow permission to him?
Okay. So may I call on Mr. Arnel Matthew C. Balbin, who will be discussing about modular learning and its socioeconomic implications to the student demographic of Eastern Summer State University. Mr. Balbin, please.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Well, it's morning. It's lunch here, actually, in the Philippines. Can I have an assurance if you can hear me? Because I'm not sure if everybody can hear me. Hello.
Yeah, you are audible, very clear.
Okay, very clear. Okay, thank you very much. So, distinguished organizers, delegates, and speakers, on behalf of Eastern Summer State University, I would like to thank Adamas University for this international consortium of students sharing lived experiences, insights, and future ideas regarding the pandemic and beyond. Truly a great opportunity. Now, I would like to share my screen here. One sec. Okay. Can everybody see my presentation? I would just
Yes,
like to
we
make
can
sure.
see it.
Okay. Okay, good. Okay, so good again, good afternoon here. Good day to everyone. Um, to formally introduce myself, I am Arnel Matthew C. Balbin. I am a first year Master of Arts in English Language Teaching at Eastern Samar State University, Philippines. And I'll be tackling modular learning and its socio-economic implications regarding the student population of our university. I'd like to clarify that this is already during the pandemic. Now, without further ado, let's get right to it. Now, I want to put this out there in case some of you don't know where the Philippines is. We are right here.
Hello,
Hello?
Mr. Arnold.
Yes?
I'm sorry to interrupt. I think you have started presenting your paper, right?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, was I not
Oh,
yet first to present the paper?
actually, there's a small misunderstanding.
Okay.
We have just come to the end of our inaugural session.
Oh, okay.
And once we have closed this session, the session on presentations will be opened, which will continue in the same link. Okay, so I'll just make a formal announcement of that, and thereafter you can start the presentation.
Oh, okay, okay. Okay, so
I hope I'm clear.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Okay. Sorry for this small
No problem.
miscommunication.
No
Okay.
problem.
Well, so with this, I announced the closure of our inaugural session. It has really been very warm and lovely session with all of you together. Thank you for your participation and your, the feeling of togetherness which we have felt through this entire session. Thank you all. And once this session is closed, I request all the participants to move on to their respective sessions. 4 sessions will be happening in parallel. The session on education will be continuing in the same link. There are 3 other sessions, one on business and management, the third one is on social science, and the fourth one is on science and engineering. The second, third, and fourth sessions for you, the links have been shared. So I request all of you now to please join your respective sessions hereafter. Thank you all. Have a very good day.
Sir, may we start our education session?
Yeah, good morning, all students from abroad, professors and guests, and especially Paroma Madam. Good morning. Actually, yeah, we are actually passing our time. We plan to start our session at 11 just. So actually, you may start your session.
Okay. Thank you, sir, for giving me such an opportunity. A very good morning to all of you. I welcome you all this present December morning for International Student Conference, ISC Adamus 2020, one of the Eastern India's largest international conference with participating students from 26 different countries, 190 presenters, and 200 plus submissions. The response to ISC 2020 was phenomenal. We wish to thank each and every participating students to make this a grand success. I'm Ms. Poruma Kundu, Assistant Professor, School of Education, Adamus University. Along with me, Mr. Sanjay Dotto, Assistant Professor, School of Education, Adamus University, would be the moderator for this session. Our topic of the day is creating future today, going beyond the pandemic. We have a set of young and very bright minds from all regions of the globe would be sharing their views on this topic, which is of great significance for today's scenario. So, without further wasting any more time, I would like to invite the first speaker, Shreyushi Mitra from Adamus University. And one more important thing, that you will have 5 minutes to make your presentation. At the end of 4 minutes, we would notify you, and you are requested to wrap up your points within the next 1 minute. Thank you so much. And I request Shreyushi to make her presentation.
Am I visible and audible?
Yes, you are visible and audible too.
Okay. A very good morning to all the honorable dignitaries present here, and especially Professor Dr. and Honorable Professor Upendra Kumar Jha, who is our Vice Chancellor, and I'm very grateful and lucky to be a participant of Adamus University, who have made the opportunity to be a part of this ISC International Conference. Now I would like to delve into the detail of my presentation topic. So I would like to share my presentation. Is it possible?
Yes, you can share your presentation.
Okay.
Shreyushi, what happened?
Ma'am, actually it's not connecting.
Try to share once more.
Yes, ma'am.
Shreyoshi, if you're unable to share your screen, then please leave the presentation, leave the slides and start your presentation without slides.
Is it visible?
Yes.
Okay. So, as I said that now we will be delving into the main topic. So my topic of presentation is online versus offline education. So basically, I want to start my presentation by saying that education is the key to success is a very famous and common proverb. So what we can say as an introduction, what I have written is, as the world has advanced towards technology, we live in an era where information can be acquired from any part of the world, from anywhere and from any time. So since due to information and communication technology, every sector of life is affected and influenced. So why not education? So now coming to what is offline education. Offline education is referred to as learning at school where there is presence of books, teachers, and it's also called as traditional learning system. Now coming to what is online education. Online education or e-learning is the use of digitalization and digital media and influences like Zoom apps, like Microsoft Teams, and I have been very much lucky to be a part of Adamus University, which is a true sample proof of using online education in this pandemic situation, which never made us feel that what will happen to our education, what will happen to our career, because we have been continuing our classes and so as other sectors like schools and colleges. Now, as a conclusion, I have here highlighted the difference between online education and offline education. But I just want to conclude by saying that in the beginning, just as I said, that education is the key to success. So there cannot be a debate or there cannot be a comparison as such between online education and offline education, because education is education that may be through whatever media. So what is the best solution is to go for blended learning. And as I said that Adamus University provides a very good opportunity of blended learning too. And what is blended learning? Blended learning is the usage of both online and offline media. So I would like to conclude my presentation by saying that there cannot be a comparison between online and offline education. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shreyoshi, for sharing your views. Now I would request Ms. Sujana Chatterjee Department of Education, Adamus University, to present her views with all of us.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, afternoon, or evening to all of you. This is Shujana Chatterjee from B.Ed first semester, School of Education, Adamas University. Before saying anything, I want to share a presentation that I have made on the topic that I want to discuss. Is my screen visible, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, I am very much grateful to my university for giving me this opportunity to represent my department as well as my university in this platform. Today, I am going to discuss few points on pandemic and how living in a negative world, the pandemic helps us to learn positive attitude, to build a positive thinking, and to live a positive life. To start the topic, first we have to know what a pandemic is. A pandemic is a disease outbreak that spreads across countries or continents. It affects more people and takes more lives than an epidemic. As we all know, as per the current situation, we are going through a pandemic COVID-19 as per the declaration by the World Health Organization. Pandemic is a situation that always spreads negative impact on human society. But living in a negative world, we always need to be positive in our mind as well as activities. Positivity is not an inherent thing. It's a practice to think in an optimistic way. It can also guide us to look for solutions by expecting the best result that make our lives happier by focusing on situations. Maybe the situation can be a pandemic one. Okay, so now coming to how we can cope up with the situation. Coping means invest one's own conscious effort to solve personal and interpersonal problems. In order to master and minimize negative situation, the first thing in coping is to build a positive attitude towards the situation that help us people to stop their stressful feelings that drag down us. And positive attitude also help us to find all the possibilities within a situation by removing the negative thinking that narrows the thinking pattern of a person. So now, coming to how we can cope up with situation is clear, but how positive thinking about pandemic situation. Positive thinking is an optimistic quality that helps us to focus on the good things only in any situation, including the pandemic also. The positive thinking is directly interlinked with our psychological and physical health. Being a positive thinker, it doesn't mean that we ignore the reality, means the pandemic situation, or to take the problem lightly. It simply means that we always expect things will go well, irrespective of the situation. Maybe the situation good or maybe the situation will be bad. So, as we discuss all the necessary things about the pandemic and positivity, now we are the ones to decide how to make it or how to take it. As we all know, everything happens for a reason, but how one will interpret the situation entirely depends on the person. So it's high time to flip the coin. That's it, to flip our thinking. because we all know a happy soul can recover anything. That's it. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a good day.
Sujana, for the wonderful presentation. And now I would like to call upon Miss Leela from Kamchatka State University, Russia.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you are audible.
Okay. I'm very glad to be here and to present my presentation on the topic, which seems very important for me. But firstly, I'd like to tell you how much I'm delighted to be here today with such beautiful, intelligent people from all over the globe who can share their opinion on so many different topics. However, I hope that these COVID restrictions will be off soon, and we will able to meet not on this online event, but on the offline meeting on the beautiful country in the beautiful country of India. The topic of my presentation is the role of language proficiency tests in the process of language learning. We live in the globalized world, which means that everything becomes similar in different parts of the world, and this makes us united. Nowadays, it is important to speak the language which will be understood by people in the whole world. It's important not only to learn, but only to certify one's knowledge and skills by passing some tests. The most popular way is to pass language proficiency test, which presents the evaluation of how well a person can use the language to communicate in real life. Global language is also important definition nowadays, as English has become one of these, and 700 million of people worldwide speak English as a foreign language, and about 20% of the whole population of our planet speaks English as their either first language or second language or even third. Now I'd like to tell a little about the procedure of the examination itself, and each procedure and each examination, aims to check the person's ability to use the following aspects of communication as reading, listening, writing, and speaking. There are quite a lot of different examinations to check your knowledge in English languages. The three most important of them you can see on this slide. They are TOEFL, IELTS, and Cambridge English assessments. You can see that there are quite a lot of common features between them, but also we can see some differences. For example, the TOEFL examination implies the scores to be valid for 2 years, as well as IELTS, but the Cambridge English is available the whole life. Also, IELTS examination system implies the 9-point scale, which determines the level of knowledge, and it can be referred to the unified European system of evaluation, and 9-point will be equal to C2 level. I think that it's important to check if the examination will meet your needs before to enroll one, as we should remember that each of them has something that will be not required in our future needs. There are also quite a lot of examinations in some other languages. I listed some of them on the slide. The TCF for French, DAILY for Spanish, TELC for Spanish, HSK for Chinese, JLPT for Japanese, and TOEFL for Russian as well. So in Russian system of school education, we don't have...
Excuse me, please try to wrap up, okay?
To wrap up?
We have 5 minutes time. You have already taken your 4 minutes, okay? So please.
Okay. So then I'd like to tell you a bit about my experience in examination passing. So this year I've decided to take 2 exams, one in English language and one in Japanese, as I studied them at the university. And I'd like to tell you about my Japanese examination preparation. So the most hard thing for me was to prepare for the listening comprehension, as despite of all the other examinations, here you can see the recorded material only once and no repetition is provided. So it's quite important to prepare for such exams and to know how to deal with any particular task, but not to forget that the examination is the aim of learning language. And to finish, I want to say the Harvard students' rule of motivation, which means that studying is not about time, it's about effort. So how hard you try, the harder you try, the better result you will receive. So thank you for your attention. I was glad to be here with you today.
Thank you, Leela, for your nice presentation. Now I would like to invite Ekaterina from Kamchatka State University, Russia.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, you are audible.
Okay, good. So namaste and good morning, everyone. My name is Ekaterina Bashun, and I am a first-year master degree student of Kamchatka State University. My field is pedagogy of the modern school, and my scientific advisor is Idea Ivanovna Proshina. So first of all, I'd like to thank you, Adamas University, for the chance to participate in this international conference, and that's an honor and a great experience for me. So today I'm going to talk about functional literacy, features of development of functional literacy in teaching language. And in the modern world, a foreign language is becoming a mean of ensuring a person and the whole society. The question, why do we need a foreign language, no longer exists. So more and more often, we are increasingly faced the need to use a foreign language in our everyday life. So when we're working with a computer, when we're communicating in social networks, watching videos, participating in contests, competition, and international conferences. In addition, in the modern world, we began to travel more, maybe now, but hopefully soon. And that's a great opportunity to learn and different cultures, and at the same time introduce your own. So functional literacy is one of the central concepts in the educational process today. The ability of a person to use reading and writing skills in terms of their interaction with the society. And we remember that the main goal of teaching a foreign language is to develop skills of free communication and practical application. So we can safely claim that English lessons, the teacher works in all areas of functional literacy. The main task for teacher is to stimulate students' speaking and thinking activity, to create situational learning. Like, in other words, a teacher creates a situation to provoke students to spontaneous speech. And the main characteristics of such situations is a practical task, like to buy a movie ticket, or to make an order in a restaurant, or to book a room in a hotel, and so on. And there are several features of tasks for estimating functional literacy. First of all, these tasks set outside the subject area and solved with the help of subject knowledge, like English language. Each task describes a life situation. The context of task is close to the problems in our everyday life. The situation requires a choice of pattern of behavior. Questions are very simple and clear, and it's include diagrams, pictures, tables, illustrations. There are the following areas of functional literacy. It is mathematical literacy, reading literacy, natural science literacy, financial literacy, global competencies, and creative thinking, nowadays very popular. I will give you some examples of forming functional literacy in all areas. So, for example, the formation of mathematical literacy in English lessons begins in the 2nd grade when students introduced to numerals from 1 to 12. And typical task is to make a simple calculation in a foreign language. Like, for example, students see the task, you're visiting your grandma in villages, tell your English friends how many birds your grandmother has. Look at the picture and count them. So something like that. A typical task for the formation of financial literacy will be the short text about banknotes and coins in United Kingdom, and a couple of questions like what is the smallest unit, what is the official currency in the UK, and so on. Tasks of the following types contribute to the formation of natural science literacy. So, for example, students have to read the extract from the magazine and give their opinion on some question like, is zoo is a good idea? It's good to keep animals in the zoo. So from the one hand, they helps common people learn more about animals. On the other hand, zoos, like in zoos, they keep animals in cages, and it's really unkind. Global competences in
Katerina, please try to finish.
Okay, like lots of examples we can give like on each of these functions, like especially creativity and applying tasks for the formation of functional literacy. The teacher helps to increase the motivation of students and expands their horizons, develop creative abilities, helps to realize values of modern world. So all these is necessary for the harmonious development of individual and further interaction society with society. So thank you very much for your attention, and take care.
Thank you so much, Ekaterina. Now I would like to invite Enchanko Deri to share his thought with us.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Daria. I'm a student of Kamchatka State University named after Vitus Bering, and I'm studying pedagogics. So, and today I would like to tell you about the Russia experience in distance learning during the pandemic. So, pandemics make its own adjustments in our lives, including the education. And I should say that almost all universities, colleges, and schools in Russia were switched to distance learning. So, as for universities, the process of studying was simple enough. It took place on the basis of special online learning platforms. The technology is simple. Professors create courses there, place there some lectures and exercises. Then students could read or watch lectures, do tasks. And then professors check it and set credits. Of course, not all professors and students were comfortable with such a system, and they use also video conferencing applications as Zoom, Skype, YouTube, and others. And since students are quite adult people, such an experience of learning was not very shocking and did not greatly affect the quality of knowledge. And in the schools where children are taught, their situation was slightly different. First of all, as I have said, all schools in Russia were switched to distance learning, and although it was expected because of the pandemic, most teachers and pupils were not ready for this type of education. And almost, unfortunately, almost all parents, children, and teachers were dissatisfied with the quality of education. The biggest part of the studying process fell on the parents' shoulders because many teachers were not ready to use distance learning technologies. They simply gave some tasks for students, and if at universities, people as I have said, adult enough to this type of education, then children of 7 and 10 years old are not able to understand the topic of the lesson and the tasks by themselves without the clear explanation from the teacher. Therefore, parents tried to explain the topic. However, some, I would like to say, progressive teachers tried to use modern educational technologies. Basically, of course, there were kind of online lectures and video lectures when teachers recorded their speech. They recorded the topic of the lesson, showed how to solve some exercises, and sent them to their pupils. Teachers kept in touch with their pupils if something was not clear. Some other teachers used special online services to compose interesting assignments so that interest in learning would not subside. For example, web quests, where students has to solve several tasks to find a way out of the online room or to go to another one, and so on. Also, they used special online platforms where teachers can create colorful, interesting exercises and get quick feedback when the students perform them. Now, pupils went back to schools and they are studying as usual, but some teachers have adopted the experience of web quests, of online learning, of distance learning, and actively apply it in lessons. And thus, they maintain interest in the subject and and it helps to increase the motivation. To sum it up, I'd like to say that the experience of distance learning was not only negative, but a little positive. It showed us in practice that various modern approaches, even in such difficult
and clean water. And
conditions.
But despite the positive impact, there are also negative ones, such as sustainability.
You please continue, and I request participants to mute yourselves.
Environment
Okay.
and also
It shows us in practice that various modern approaches, even in such difficult situations, cannot reduce the quality of learning, and it even can improve it. And my message is that we should move in such direction. in developing new pedagogical technologies and methods by using IT technologies, distance learning, and so on. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Derry, for your nice presentation. Now I would request, just a minute. Now I would request Ding Allen from Far Eastern University, Philippines, to address the gathering.
Hello, good afternoon. Afternoon for us. Can you guys hear me?
You are audible.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Again, my name is Ding Allen Armakasilang from Far Eastern University from the Bachelor of Secondary Education in English program, and I will be presenting my paper, The Interplay of the Affective Filter and Teaching Strategies in Classroom Oral Discourse. Now, before I get into the results of my paper, I must first explain what exactly is the affective filter. The affective filter is actually one of Stephen Krashen's hypotheses, which, according to Hostetler, Hostetler explained back in 2018 that the affective filter is characterized as an imaginary wall of the psyche that strengthens or weakens the process of acquiring the target language. In the case of the paper, it may rise or fall. Now, I would like everyone to imagine that there is a wall in front of you, and on the other side of the wall is the second language that you are trying to learn. Now, if the wall is too high or it rose up, your view of the second language, you will not be able to see the second language. You will not be able to learn it or get it. And what you want to do is the affective filter to go down or to fall down so that the second language that you're trying to learn you may be able to learn the second language. In the context of the Philippines, Bermejo actually created the study where learners who want to acquire the language experience behaviors like anxiousness and discomfort or lack of confidence towards learning English. And this would signify that the affective filter has gone up because they are unable to use the language or learn the language since they are feeling anxious or discomfort or lacking confidence in using the language itself. Now, the purpose of the study was to find out the factors that contribute to the rise and fall of the affective filter and to discover theoretical and practical implications that could be used in the rise and fall of the affective filter. And we actually have three objectives in the paper. First one is to generate a research database so that other researchers may be able to continue the study of the affective filter, and also for teachers to be able to use them as reference to be able to create teaching strategies so that they would be able to lower down the affective filter whenever they are teaching a secondary language. Next is to identify the factors that contribute to the rise and fall of the affective filter. And third is to obtain knowledge about the pedagogical implications that can be applied to decrease the affective filter during a classroom discourse. The methodology of our paper is a descriptive phenomenological study approach, because what we wanted to get from the paper is the lived experience of each participant, meaning to say we want to know what exactly are they experiencing while they are learning the language. We also had 24 students and three teachers as our participants that were selected through purposive sampling, which means they were selected because they fit a certain criteria, in which the criteria is they are part of a language class where they are learning a certain language. In this case, they are trying to learn skills in using the English language. Next is the study also involves Amadeo Giorgi's descriptive phenomenological psychological method as the basis of analysis, which talks about how the researcher should remove biases while reviewing the data and synthesizing them to statements and categorizing them to themes. And what we found out is we actually found 3 key themes for the students with 5 sub-themes, and 2 key themes for the teachers with 5 sub-themes. And the key themes for the students are as follows: the academic-related theme, relationship-related theme, and environmental-related theme. And the key themes for the teachers are the teaching strategy-related theme and student-related, teacher-related theme. Is actually our the table of our themes here. You can see the key themes, the sub themes, and also examples from our interviews with the students and the teachers to illustrate what the theme is about. And I will be going through them one by one in a bit, but I'm going to show you first. This is the key themes for the students, and this is for the teachers. First one is the academic related themes, where the first sub theme is student interest, where it talks about how the student's interest plays a part in how will they perform in the student learning process. One example that the student gave is that they had a negotiation on what is comfortable with them to be the subject in, or rather the lesson, or how they want their lesson to be taught in class. Next is the change in teaching approach. This talks about how a change in the teaching approach, or how they are taught, can increase the affective filter of the student, because our participants are actually first year college students, meaning to say how they were taught back in high school would be different from how they were taught now or back then when they were in first year college. Next is the academic workload, which talks about the amount of work given to them, the homework, seat works, and different information provided to them. Are they challenged by the amount of workload given to them, etc.? Relationship.
Please try to complete.
Okay, all right. I will just go through everything. Relationship-related theme, which talks about the mutual respect. Environment-related themes, which is the environment of the classroom, how well they. I will go through everything. Relationship-related themes talk about the mutual respect. Okay, and then the next one is the teacher-related themes, which the first one is teaching strategy-related theme, where a sub-theme is the humor and discussion, using humor to help the students understand better. Students' preferences, which is the same as the first one, which is the student interest, but this time in the eyes of the teacher. The learning environment, how they are, where they are learning inside the classroom. Manner of questioning, how the students provide, the teacher provide to the students their question, and how they help the students understand the question better. And then finally, the last key theme is student-related, teacher-related themes, which talks about the teacher's avoidance of the face-threatening acts, which is part of Brown and Levinson's theory, which talks about how the act of the speaker or the listener threatens the speaker or the listener. This can be through the act of complaints, criticism, accusation, and even how you present yourself to the speaker or the listener. And to conclude everything, the first conclusion is it turns out the affective filter is evident in every classroom oral discourse from the class that were observed. Number two, we have identified key themes entailed to the various factors that contribute to the rise and fall of the filter during classroom discussion. And number three, Krashen's affective filter hypothesis might have limitations in which it cannot encompass how the student learn the secondary language. However, it cannot be denied that it has been used to underpin language teaching and learning in local and global context. And finally, the practical implication says that language teachers must provide a proper and conducive learning environment in which the students are comfortable, are able to speak freely, and practice the language. That is all. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much for the nice presentation. Now I would request Paul Malau for his presentation. From Far Eastern University, Philippines.
Hello.
Yeah, you are audible.
Okay. A pleasant afternoon to all of you. I'm Paul Malayo from Far Eastern University, Philippines. This afternoon, I'm going to present to you a study which is entitled Development of Strategic Intervention Materials in Science 5 for Malipay Elementary School. So before we go through, let us all first know that the primary goal of education in line with the K-12 curriculum is to produce holistically developed learners and globally competitive citizens in different fields. So part of this is the innovation of different learning materials that pupils can use in the different subjects that they found it least mastered. So what is SIM or SIM, Strategic Intervention Materials, is an instructional material for remediation purposes. It is one of the solutions developed and employed by the Department of Education to enhance academic achievements of students performing low in the field of science and technology. So before the start of the school year, before the end of the first quarter and on the start of the school year, we have this what we call diagnostic test. So in this diagnostic test, all of the topics from the first to fourth quarter are being used. So those topics which are identified to be least mastered are the subject for strategic intervention materials. So the purpose of this study is to develop strategic intervention materials in Science 5 for Malipa Elementary School, which will be used by grade 5 pupils who need intervention in their identified least mastered topics. So specifically, these are the following questions need to be answered. What are the least mastered skills in Science 5? What are strategic intervention materials may be developed for Science 5? What is the validity of the proposed SIM in Science 5? And is there a significant difference in the content validity of the proposed SIM in Science 5 when grouped according to professional profile of science teachers? So for the methodology, in this research, the researcher used descriptive comparative designs. Descriptive research is a purposive process of gathering, analyzing, classifying, and tabulating data, and so on. And comparative designs, however, is being used to seek and compare the contrast of nations, culture, society, and institutions. But in this particular research, I'm going to use comparative for teachers' profile and the different validations of strategic intervention materials. So for the results, here are the different least mastered skills, which are the subject for strategic intervention materials. This focuses on fourth quarter, so types of weathering, storm signal, precautionary measures, weather disturbances, and phases of the moon, including constellations. So for the second question, what strategic intervention materials may be developed for Science 5? So here is the flow of in the table. As you can see in the table, so we have 4 identified least mastered skills. So for the results and findings, with the validation of the 15 teachers, science teacher, and 171 students who participated in the study, so here are the following strategic intervention materials in the Philippines in particular topic. So first is Philippine Public Storm Warnings. As you can see, this is the developed strategic intervention materials for Philippine Public Storm Warnings. And the second one, for precautionary measures for typhoon. So this one, strategic intervention materials is divided into 5 parts. We have the guide card, activity card, evaluation card, enrichment card, and reference card. So all of those particular parts are entitled and listed here in each pages, depending upon on the number of pages and activities given in an intervention. Then the next one is phases of the moon, so following the same parts also. And the last one, constellations. So these particular topics are the identified topics of pupils when they had their diagnostic test. These are considered to be the least mastered topics. So the purpose of having intervention materials is to transform least mastered topics into mastered one, as pupils go through and teachers could use while they are having their discussions. And for those pupils who find it difficult to learn on that particular topic. So for the conclusions, as here are the following breakdown of the different intervention materials. And for this particular question, if there is a significant difference in the content validity of proposed SIM, regardless of any groupings or any profile of those teachers who participated in the study, in all aspects, the proposed SIM is acceptable. So meaning all of the given activities, instructions, and listed content in this particular developed strategic intervention materials are acceptable, that pupils can use to transform these mastered skills into mastered one. So thank you and good afternoon to all of you again.
Thank you so much. I must say this is a very interesting presentation. Now I would like to call upon Dean D. Ocampo to speak on today's topic. Dean D. Ocampo from Far Eastern University, Philippines. Dean, are you there?
Yes, can you hold on, please?
Yeah,
Okay, can you
sure.
see my presentation now?
Yeah, it's okay.
Good afternoon. I am Dean De Ocampo from Far Eastern University of Philippines, and I'm here to present to you the top priority. My topic is about the top priority projects in the Philippine education budget, a content analysis on the State of the Nation address. And for my introduction, Filipinos have a deep regard for education. Education occupies a central place in the Philippine political, economic, social, and cultural life. A clear evidence of the value placed on education is a portion of the national government budget on the Department of Education, which it has the country's biggest or highest budget allocation among the different government agencies in the Philippines. And the primary purpose of the budget is to support different activities of any institutions that contribute to the achievement of their goals. Budgets are also being used to perform the established responsibility, particularly in efficiency of allocation of budget to the required resources of the needed by the institution. And the State of the Nation address is an annual address done by the president to the people of the Philippines with regard to its accomplished programs implemented for a year and the future priority plans and projects that will be implemented in the succeeding year. And for my literature, I'll be using the first three State of the Nation address excerpts, also from the past 6 presidents, where I was able to come up with 9 related key terms or words. And this includes the professional competencies of teachers, improvement of skills through vocational and technical projects or programs, or we call it now the TESDA. And this is also provision of scholarships. Basically, all of these are some of the top priority projects in the last 6 administrations, and they're giving emphasis on the free education, also investments in educational and physical resources. And they also try to emphasize on their projects allocating the budget on the provision of adults, disabled, and out of the school youth to an alternative learning system, wherein this is also a one way of lessening the illiteracy in the Philippines. And then enhanced salaries and benefits of teachers is also important for them, because teachers are the one who fuel the process in education. And then improve the qualifications of the labor workforce, where these administrations are also looking to the employment of future graduates, not only in the Philippines or locally, but also internationally. And then enhance of the basic primary education curriculum, which they are going to enhance or improve the curriculum based on what trends that we have, not only in the Philippines, but also internationally. And then the objective of this study explored the top priority projects programs of the current administration in allocating budget provided in different areas in education. This study also determined what specific areas in education were the center of putting much of the budget for advancement yearly by the present administration of the Philippines, which is President Rodrigo Duterte. And then the methodology used in this study was the qualitative content analysis, and the materials used were 3 excerpts of transcripts stated in the State of the Nation address of the President on the different target plans in education for the year 2017 and 2019. And the data analysis used was the summative content analysis, where a summative content analysis involves creating and comparison, usually of keywords or content, followed by the interpretation of the underlying context. And we're now going to the results and findings. And based on my findings, using the original transcript, which extracted from I extracted from the original transcript, I came up with 18 keywords or related keywords. And these 18 keywords was, there were 2 words or related keywords that has appeared twice. and that is the out-of-school youth and the alternative learning system, which in the literature or in the past 6 presidents, this is also present during their time, meaning these 2 projects are actually present in all the 6 presidents, including the current president. And with the 18 keywords or related keywords that was extracted from the transcript, I was able to come up with only 16 keywords. And these keywords was grouped and categorized according to how these keywords are related with each other or connected with each other. And I was able to produce 4 categories. And the first category is the teachers and students development, where the keywords or terms that are connected with this category is the human capital development to widen skills trainings, the training programs. And the second category is the support educational improvement, where the president has given emphasis on the support on educational improvement, because this could really help the faculty or teachers and the students in learning. This includes the investment of funds in higher education, support and the K-12 implementation, and then you have the Educational Assistance Program, and then Free Tertiary Education Act. More learners are receiving basic education, the national sports development. So the president has to improve also the national sports development performance of the Philippines, and the quality of and access to education. And the next category is budget sources, wherein source of fund is very important in education, because anything that you have planned, it is important that you know also where you can source your budget. And the president was able to come up with a certain law, which he called it the train law implementation to fund the education. And the last category that I was able to come up is—
Try to complete.
Yes, the learners are learning mode. And the theme that I derive is investment of resources for educational improvement. And to conclude, perhaps the most important findings in this society is the leadership style of the current president in terms of allocating budget. His budget leadership is a profit-conscious style, which that's according to Hollywood in 1973, where maybe because he believes that investment in resources for educational development at the earliest time seemed to be necessary to achieve sustainable educational development that further results in long-term sustainable economic development. That is why his top priority projects in the last 3 terms, and given much weight in allocating the budget allotted in education, were teachers and students development, support for educational development, budget sources, and learners and learning modes. That's all. Thank you and good day.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your presentation. Now I would request Marily Leah Annika to address the gathering. And I would request you to pardon me if I mispronounce your name. Please feel free to correct me. Marily Leah Annika.
Yes, just waiting for Mr. Dian to off his screen sharing.
Okay, start your presentation.
I cannot present while someone is presenting, ma'am.
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
Is it okay now?
Yes, sir.
All right, thanks.
Wait. Can you see my presentation now?
Yeah, you can start.
Can you see my presentation now?
No, it's not showing.
Okay. Okay, can you, no, wait. Okay, this one. How about now?
Yeah, now
Can
it's
you see it
visible.
now?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mariel Leah Anica de Guzman from Far Eastern University, Philippines. So my study is about effective and efficient resource allocation in education. Okay, Education is the way toward encouraging learning or the acquisition of information, abilities, qualities, convictions, and habits. It gives us information on our general surroundings and changes into something better. It creates in us better point of view in life. It encourages us to construct opinions, have perspective on things throughout everyday life. That is why most of the government around the globe assign a big slice of budget to department that handles education. So resource allocation comprises more than delegating a certain amount to specific schools or projects. Allocating and creating resources to help in the improvement of educating and learning is basic to school reforms. So policymakers in education must be updated about developing practices and insightful ways that can be utilized to support education and learning. However, giving each student an equivalent chance to learn is still a great dispute in education, most especially in public education. So this study can be a great avenue to review the resource allocation strategy of selected schools achieving equity and quality education. So it will likewise suggest an opportunity to articulate how policy options can help or be embraced in the Philippine setting, and also improve the quality, equity, and effectiveness of our education system. So the objective is this. It aims to review the school heads of selected schools on resource allocation strategy in achieving equity and quality education. It will likewise suggest an opportunity to articulate how policy options can help or be embraced in the Philippine setting. So for the methodology, we use was the qualitative content analysis, and materials used are interviews of school heads from selected public and private schools. So the participants are the school principals, both public and private, regarding resource allocation. So virtual interview to school heads, data analysis used was the summative content analysis approach. So for the results and findings, so in the relation of Philippine context, the argument of Hanushek is indeed applicable with the situation of the education in selected schools. So he mentions school must also look into how resources are distributed and how the impact of the increased targeted spending is calculated. The school must not only focus on the outcomes, but also with how this so-called budgets for every school are being accurately used and distributed. So educational policies regarding resources allocation and distribution must be improved and analyzed. In order to do this, much more care must be given to building strong proof of what works and what does not work. Also, the policy options offer something that would improve the input as well as the resource utilization, performance, and equity. So in the study, there are 5 tentative lists of policy options that would improve the level of input as well as the efficiency and equity of the allocation of resources. So first is enhancing the input level at the school level, creating the incentives to use resource efficiently, enforcing the accountability of the triangle policy, and apply educational criteria in education finance. So for the conclusion, schools are the most important organization, especially in a fast-paced, innovation-driven society. With the way teachers educate students years ago or even before might not be successful for today's and future learners. In the Philippines, most schools create the learning skills they need and build their own evaluation approaches. So the question is, how can the Philippine education system and the learners fulfill the demands that society and industry expected of them, especially now that we are now facing the pandemic situation or the so-called new normal setup. So the proposal for an efficient and effective fund allocation for Philippine education is equity rather than equality, updated transparency board, and applying educational criteria in education finance. Thank you. That would be all.
Thank you so much. It's really satisfying and very good presentation, I should say. Now I would like to invite Jen Lee Candolita from Far Eastern University, Philippines, to share her thoughts with us. Are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Hold on.
Thank you.
Can you see my presentation, ma'am?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Jem Candoleta from Far Eastern University, Philippines. I'm going to present my topic regarding Philippine K-12 program implementation and assessment of Toledo National High School senior high school students. School leaders and political leaders normally use the word quality and education in everyday discussion. Changing the curriculum is one of the ways towards quality education. In order for the students to be globally competitive, curriculum must be changed and make us use of international standards. Changing the curriculum is one of the ways towards quality education. Former President Benigno Noynoy Aquino III initiated the new system of education in the Philippines called the Republic Act 1033, or Enhancement Basic Education. President Aquino III once said that Philippines are only country in Asia that run in 10 years basic education cycle. We need to be globally competitive. Philippines already disadvantaged by the number of years we spent in the schools. The statement of the former president about the educational system of the Philippines served as an eye-opener that the country has been left behind when it comes to the years of basic education cycle. This is one of the reasons prompted the administration to sign that said program. The objective of the study is to know the status of the implementation of K-12 program based on the perception of the students in Toledo National High School in terms of curriculum, faculty, facilities, library, and extracurricular activities. The descriptive research design was used in conducting this study to describe the status of the school about the K-12 implementation. Out of 417 population of the senior high school students, only 138 students answered the questionnaire. 83 students were from grade 11 and 55 students were from grade 12 in different strands. The study conducted at the Toledo National High School, Toledo Nabasaklan, Region 6, Philippines, during the academic year of 2017-2018. The researcher used the instrument self-made survey questionnaire to gather data, used content validity. Customer survey questionnaire composed of two parts. Part 1, profile of the respondents, and the Part 2, questions on the assessment about the K-12 implementation using Likert scale: 4 strongly disagree, 3 agree, 2 disagree, and 1 strongly disagree. In data gathering, the researcher asked permission to the principal through a letter that explained the purpose of the study. The survey administered on-site with the help of the selected senior high school advisor. The researcher collected, checked, and classified, summarized, analyzed, and interpreted the findings of the study. As you can see in the table, based on the overall assessment of the students, they agree on the overall school implementation of the senior high school, which obtained an overall mean of 3.15. The variable faculty obtained the highest mean value, while the variable facilities obtained the lowest mean value. The conclusion: the assessment of the respondents on the status of the implementation of the senior high school program of Toledo National High School, Nabasaklan, with regards to curriculum, faculty, facility, extracurricular activities, and library fall under the agree response category. Other researchers may utilize the same instruments and methodologies to different settings and bigger samples. In implementing K-12 program, educational sectors should continuously adopt innovative ways to improve facilities, educational activities, and teaching and learning process to prepare the students to be globally competitive upon the recommendation of Department of Education. That's all my presentation. Good afternoon at Mabuhay.
Thank you so much. It's a very delightful presentation. Now I would request Chuanova Galina from Omsk State Agrarian University, Russia, to present his thought.
Hello.
Hi.
One second, please.
Yeah, sure.
Hello, dear listeners. I'm happy to see you. I take up any opportunity to exchange knowledge and experience with foreign citizens. I live in Siberia and study at the Faculty of Economics in Omsk State Agrarian University. I want to tell you about how our world has changed since the arrival of the coronavirus. In 2020, fundamental changes have taken place in the field of education. The coronavirus pandemic has arrived. School and university students were forced to switch to distance learning. Distance learning is the interaction of a teacher and students with each other at a distance, reflecting all the components inherent in the educational process, which is implemented using the internet. On the one hand, distance learning protects us from a dangerous disease. Also, it allows you to independently engage in the study of new material necessary for better learning. But on the other hand, distance learning takes a lot of free time. People become social as they are little in society. This greatly affects health. Vision deteriorates, back problems appear because a person sits at a computer all day. I conduct survey among students of our university. Opinions were divided. Most of the respondents want to study remotely. There are reasons for this. I spoke about them earlier. But there are those who want to study full-time. As much as 37% of students. There is a trade-off, hybrid training, which I will talk about later. Dear listeners, I ask you to pay attention to the diagram. A number of disadvantages. It's impossible to be 100% sure who is performing to proposed tasks. A lack of constant control leads to a lack of incentive to the student. Rather high labor intensity of the development of tasks and distance learning course. Blend or hybrid learning is an educational approach that combines teacher-led face-to-face learning with online learning. Blended learning involves elements of self-control by the student of the educational route, time, place, and pace of learning, as well as the integration of the learning experience with a teacher and online. In universities, lectures are held remotely and seminars are in person. In conclusion, I would like to say in such a difficult time, you need to take care of yourself and your loved ones. Devote time to what is really important and necessary for you. Thank you for listening. I'm very grateful to you. I hope you were interested in my reasoning. I'm interested in any interactions with foreign citizens. I will be glad to cooperate.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now, I would like to request Artem Malikov from Omsk State Agrarian University, Russia, to present.
One second, please.
Yeah, sure.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Okay. Can I show our demonstration?
Yeah, sure, you
Oh,
can.
okay. Hello, dear participants and organizers of the forum. We are very happy with our participation in such an interesting and exciting event, which allows us to share our opinions with foreign students. And so today we want to share with you our thoughts on the topic impact of COVID-19 on education in the future. My name is Artem Malikov. This is Liza Osipenko. We are first-year students of the Faculty of Economics of Omsk State Agrarian University. We are very interested in international communications and participation in various conferences. At the moment, we are just beginning to delve into foreign languages and international events, but we are already very interested in further development and this area.
First of all, we would like to say that the events in the modern world cannot be horrified, the tragedy and unexpectedness of the offensive. Of course, we are talking about the honest of the COVID-19 pandemic. We are interested in economics, so we like to refer to many economics facts, not only of our country, but of the world as a whole.
It's customary to say that the COVID-19 pandemic has become a black swan, and even to unexpected and devastating that it was simply impossible to prepare for it. But experts have been predicting a pandemic for many years, and in January 2020, the World Economic Forum in its global risk report named infections, diseases as one of the potential threats. Despite this, few companies have listed a worldwide pandemic as their top risk. We believe that it's more correct to call COVID-19 a black elephant. Coined by investor and environmentalist Adam Swedham, the term combines the concept of a black swan with the adage of an elephant in a room. It signifies an obvious impending crisis that no one wants to deal with.
But in addition to changes in the economy, changes are taking place in education around the world. A new question is posed: how can students learn in such a difficult situation? And here a new type of education appears. This is distance learning.
Many problems also arose with this. Some of them were poor technical equipment of some countries and their cities, which cannot afford to receive quality education, and lack of knowledge of teachers related to information and communication technologies. So the difficulties in training in areas where practical skills are required. In some areas, for example, agrotechnology, soil science, and distance learning is difficult to implement in principle. But these specialists must be able to work in practice.
So the world after the coronavirus will not be the same, and distant education will be constantly improved in the future. After the Black Swan, people will need to be able to quickly retrain for other professions. As practice has shown that there is nothing permanent in the world, and even those professions that are most in demand today may become outsiders after a while. In our country, a distance learning system has already been established. Each university has its own platform on which students receive education through such communication tools as Google Meet, Zoom, Skype, and etc.
Clearly, learning behind the screen has become a controversial issue both among the public and among the students themselves. Many find this type of education to be of low quality, while others are happy about this opportunity because they open up new boundaries and reduce the risk of getting sick.
So that's all for us. We hope you find it interesting. Our university and we, as its representatives, are ready for further cooperation and hope that in the future we will be able to work together with you and common projects.
Thank you very much for listening to us.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. I must say, it's a very nicely coordinated joint presentation. Thank you, Artem, and thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, next, I would like to call upon Seliver Alisa for her presentation. From Agrarian State University, Russia.
Hello, one second, please.
Yeah, sure.
Hello, dear participants and organizers of the forum. My name is Siliverstova Alisa. I am a first-year student of Omsk State Agrarian University of the Faculty of Economics. I want to present you my project, the world after coronavirus. Many things have changed during the pandemic. There were many problems, but people learned to solve them. Many spheres suffered. People were left without work. Business was suspended. A lot has changed in the education sphere. The pandemic has affected everyone. Children and students are no exception. The transition to distance learning turned out to be a difficult test because it wasn't common in Russia before. I find the dynamics of the growth of students in traditional and distance learning. As you can see in the near future, distance learning will be more popular than traditional one. Many students like to study remotely because it saves a lot of time. In Russia, the transition to distance learning occurred quickly, but the students didn't immediately get used to this format. But in the future, students may study remotely because now they find all the pain. I asked my friends in another countries. I have two friends. One of them lives in Norway and second in USA. They said that in the Norwegian school is technically well prepared. Gadgets were purchased for the students. The training took place on the Teams platform from Microsoft. And second friends from USA said that all school children were given gadgets for classes, and a local internet provider provided free internet on their territory until the end of the school year. And the training took place on the school website. They also used the Teams app platform from Microsoft. About advantages of distance learning. I think there is a lot, but some of them is saving time, safety during a pandemic, the opportunity to communicate with foreign colleagues and students and conduct various events, forums and projects online, gain knowledge and to do some homework without leaving home. It's very comfortable. Opinion of students in our university. As you can see, we do this diagram. A survey was conducted among the students of university, and 1,646 people voted, of which only 21% voted for traditional education and others for distance. Our group was very active in distance learning. We often played games, talked and tried to spend a lot of time together despite distance learning. Also, I want to show you a little out of the economy. You can see it on the screen. It's how online sales have changed in distance education. That's all. We are open to any cooperation with you. I'm glad to see you and be the part of these amazing events. We will be glad to work with you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. Thank you so very much. Now I would request Artem Koronevikov to present his thought with us. And he's the last participant for this university, Omsk State Agrarian University, Russia. Over to you, Artem.
Yes, just give me a second.
Yeah, sure.
Can you see the presentation?
Absolutely.
Okay, let's get started. Good morning, or maybe also good day. My name is Artyom Koробeynikov. I'm a second course student of Omsk State Agrarian University from Russia. I want to talk about problems and solutions of educational process. The topic of my speech is digitization of the educational process. In modern world, education is based on close connection between students and teachers. For education, needed a physical presence from both sides. This fact required for study should be changed for successful learning and of educational program without external and internal conditions. But are there always global trends match possibilities? Let's figure it out. Pandemic that comes unexpectedly radically changed life all over the world. Every sphere of life was affected by this misfortune. Education, as one of the spheres, was in a critical situation. Traditional form of education is not suitable for a safe life, and a lot of things need to be changed. With the closure of educational institutions, students and teachers are going to the remote form. That means transformation of learning to a virtual area. This costs a lot of travels. Not every member of the learning process has access to a stable internet connection. Work with new methods is needed time to prepare. Somebody doesn't have facilities for work, and so we come to the conclusion that some can learn while others can't. What we can do? We got the answer for that question. Various programs and technologies are already being introduced for learning from home. Seminars and lectures are held via video links, and the work is performed using personal computers or laptops, which are available to most students. Universities are able to issue tests through sites and mails. Online education gets the support. For example, in Russia, from August 2017 to October 2019, was concluded over 45 deals, the cost of which exceeds 80 million rubles. By the end of the 2020 year, the Russian market in this area will reach 40 billion rubles. Considering at the diagram of the 2019 year, we can see that almost half of the education market consists of additional adult education. The other half consists of education on the different levels from preschool to higher education. Students already passed summer session, and that's the last part that we can realize. It will be great if development in this area will only continue to make education accessible and comfortable. And we have the opportunity to make this future real. If you want to communicate with us in the future, you can use these links to contact with the university, or you can contact with me if my materials were interested for you. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Now I would like to request my co-moderator, Mr. Sanjay Datta, Assistant Professor, School of Education, Adamas University, to take over the session. Over to you, Sanjay.
Thank you. So now I am continuing the session. Our next participating university is Eastern Samar State University, Philippines. And the participant is Lovely Sinde Bums, and who will be talking about education beyond pandemic. So over to you, Lovely. Yes, please continue, Lovely. Lovely, please unmute yourself. You are on mute, so at first you unmute yourself. I cannot hear you. We cannot hear you, Lovely. First you unmute yourself. Lovely, you are not audible to us.
No.
Lovely, we cannot hear you.
Sanjay, may we go next?
Yes, yes. Okay, so Lovely is not audible to us, so that is why I am requesting to next participant, Fevi Singzon. Please come and start your presentation.
Okay. Good morning. I will
Yes.
try first to share my presentation. Can you see it there now? Okay. So my presentation is about the virtual learnings in agriculture during the COVID-19 pandemic. I am Fabi Singson, a student in Master of Graduate Agricultural Science, Eastern Samar State University, Barangan City. To start, last quarter of 2019, China was hit by a disease caused by novel coronavirus. A COVID-19 infection rapidly spread globally, including into the Philippines. On March 1, President Duterte announced that lockdown in Manila starting midnight on March 15, and the other regions followed. In response, Eastern Samar Governor on March 15 issued an executive order as preventive measure against COVID-19, such as social distancing and no mass gathering. It was also followed by an executive order ordering suspension of classes in all levels in the provinces. In response to the executive order, the Eastern Samar State University issued a memorandum circular suspending all classes and schools-related activities from March 16 to 31, 2020. However, with the increasing positive cases in the region and the continuous lockdown in Manila, the suspension of classes was extended. And then in April 2020, Commission on Higher Education announced that in consensus among all universities, there will no longer be face-to-face classes, but only online classes or modular classes or mixed methods. So the graduate school of ESO followed the online and modular classes before the end of the second semester of 2019 and 2020. So me as a graduate student for the Master of Agricultural Sciences major in crop science experienced the effect of the suspension of classes because I am living and working here in Tacloban City, which is 4 hours away from Borongan City. And I only go there to the Borongan to attend classes during weekends. And then when the suspension happens, I had a problem when it comes to transportation. It's either no or limited transportation for traveling from Tacloban City to Borongan City. And another is that the van transportation fare soared high. It's either doubled or tripled, causing to observe the social distancing, only few passengers are allowed to board. And then if going to Borongan City, there is a need to present a health certification from the city health office and secure authority to travel from Philippine National Police Office. Thus, it was really a bit difficult for me to be going to ESU to attend classes. So because of that, I experienced a feeling of isolation, and then feel lost because I do not have a regular classmates or professor to interact with. And another is that for my desire, because I am working on my thesis, which is related to mushroom productions, I have no other choice but to search internet and Facebook groups, more informations that would help me uh, continue with my uh, my thesis. So part of the dilemma that is due to lockdown and community that I experienced, I discovered that the absence of hands-on activities to most online training uh, uh, discourages or sometimes do not motivates the students. And then most of the classes are pre-recorded, talk only, and limited interaction. Thus, tendency is that the students get bored. And another problem is that the internet signal is low, the connectivity sometimes is bad. So the tendency is that if we wanted to attend the online classes or the webinars, we cannot do so because of the bad connectivity. So for the because I really wanted to learn more for gain more knowledge. So what I did is just from June 2020 down to November, I attended different trainings, online and seminars. So you can see the table here that there are different trainings and seminars that I attended. So the challenges that I met is that online education, agriculture studies requires hands-on activities or practical training is difficult to grasp for a newbie or slow learner. And then for some remote instructors giving virtual classes, it becomes tend to be boring to listen and not dynamic or interactive. And then using Zoom app and other virtual meeting platforms by non-digital or non-teachy person is not easy. And to some students, they open the cameras for attendance purposes only, but basically not around or not interested to attend classes because faces or video can be hidden. When it comes to internet, another challenge is that slow connectivity or no signal disrupts studies. The low memory of laptop or mobile phone slows down internet connectivity. And then some internet sites or applications are suspicious, bringing in virus, malwares, or worms, causing laptop or mobiles to malfunction. And then there's another power interruption means no internet connectivity if there is no power generator. So in conclusion, I find that agriculture virtual trainings are good if classes there are coaches or teacher assistants that could guide the students in doing the practical works. Working examples such as videos, real-time hands-on activities would help students to understand new technologies or knowledge, and links should be provided for further study. Students must practice using the computer and different kinds of applications to be able to follow the lecture immediately, otherwise lost interest in studying. There should be many webinars or virtual trainings related to agriculture. Schools should provide more information and encourage the students to attend it. And last is that students will be motivated to study online and participate in more virtual trainings when there are online group activities that will allow them to interact with classmates and instructors. For my experience, these are some of the activities that I joined in. For 2 months, I joined a 9-module training for becoming an agri-entrepreneur, which is
Okay, thank you, Singzon,
provide.
for your presentation. Okay,
Okay,
so
sir.
please come to conclusion.
Okay, yes, sir. I'm about to end, sir. I'm just presenting the photos. These are the different activities or the webinars that I've attended, and then showing also the different certificates that I received in attending the webinars. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Singzon. So I am requesting lovely Cindy again. So please come if you are able, so you can present your paper. Lovely, are you there? Lovely Cindy, you are not there. Okay, so now our next speaker is Arnel Matthew Balbin. So please start your presentation.
Hi, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, good. Let me share my screen. One sec. And okay, can everybody see my presentation? Hello. Hello, everyone. Anyone?
Yes.
Okay, I'll start. Okay, so good day, everyone. I am Arnold Matthew C. Balbin, first year Master of Arts in English Language Teaching at Eastern Summer State University. And I'll be tackling modular learning and its socioeconomic implications regarding the student population of our university. I'd like to clarify that this is already during the pandemic. And I'll only be giving the overview about this topic. The statistical data to be presented here will be my grounds for future research proposals. Now, without further ado, let's get right to it. Okay, so I didn't get the chance, by the way, earlier because of a mishap. I apologize very much to introduce Eastern Summer State University, or at least where we are. So here it is. So I just want to put this out there in case some of you don't know where the Philippines is. We are right here in that little circle there, on this big map of Asia at the southeastern side. Now, and an even closer look from where we actually are, we're exactly right there. The Pacific Ocean is literally our neighbor there. So modular learning makes use of modules. It's basically a no-brainer. So how can we carry it? How do we carry it? How we carry it out here in Eastern Samar in our province is very simple. So teachers would distribute the modules on Monday, students would answer them within the week, and teachers collect them next Monday and give them another set of modules for the new week. And that's how the cycle basically continues. Modules are designed to be standardized and teacherless learning materials, which means basically my pedagogical function as a teacher, which I studied for 4 years, could be replaced by a module. It sucks, right? But basically that's kind of true. Modules are basically limited, and among its many reasons, the main one is because we regress to a very traditional way of teaching. If you're familiar about Paulo Freire's banking education, basically this means that learners are just empty vessels waiting to be deposited by knowledge, and then they memorize it, and then they regurgitate it as it is. So I'm not saying that this is unnecessary. It's not. After all, learning requires input, right? And what I'm saying is it's just not enough. I mean, there's no critical thinking and other metacognitive activities. It's just plain input in its barest form. In the absence, it's basically the absence of teacher intervention that makes modules so problematic, because that alone delineates a large chunk of true learning is compromised. One example, it is because education should first of all be contextualized because students have different learning needs. Another is because answered modules are not returned. Basically, what the teachers would do is that they would just add and get the answered modules and then give again and then claim again the answered modules. Basically, the students do not have the time or the opportunity to review the answers from their previous modules, and therefore students are deprived of self-assessment. They can't see the areas where they can improve on. Now, I guess at a certain degree of maturity, the limitations of modules could be addressed and mitigated by, say, college students. But to elementary and secondary students, the compromise of education is just not worth it. Now, you can see there, there is a survey from the students from our university on how the pandemic affected their schooling socioeconomically and their readiness to undertake online education. You can see it there. You can observe that the percentages of each variable are as high as more than 50% of the sampling size. Here you can see that 84.8% of their families' breadwinners lost their jobs. 63.2% of them have 0 to 5,000 monthly income. That's exactly $100 only every month. Now, there are families here composed of more than 2 members. Imagine how they can fit in all the expenses for online learning paraphernalia when they barely have something for food and other commodities. They can barely afford to eat. What more if to study? Again, another one is 92.6%. That's 92.6% have no PCs and laptops. They just have smartphones. 84.8% have no Wi-Fi's, just mobile data. And we don't have enough cell sites to cover all the province with decent signal. It was in fact reported by the previous presenter, Ms. Debbie, that the signal is unfortunately very slow here. Very, very slow. Now, again, 85.6 next claimed that they weren't really ready to continue schooling because of financially related factors. I mean, of course, after having 84.8% of the breadwinner of your family lose their job, it is very much predictable at this point in time. Now, the pandemic, again, has really affected us all. Besides the fact that it has made the rich richer and the poor poorer, it has also become the grand revelation of the great divide between the rich and the poor. How it has exacerbated, how it has become more visible, how it has become more real. And this is already outside of a teacher's ability to help. Just to be clear with that, this is basically outside of pedagogy. This is beyond the four walls of the classroom. We now
please come to conclusion.
Yes, sir. We turn to the grassroots if we were to look for a solution for this. To transition to online learning, we would need the support of the government. They can put up more cell sites. They can open job opportunities for teachers. Probably they could equip themselves with necessary trainings to be fit in handling online education. And I guess when all of this falls into place, we could say that our education would be a step better than before, and our stratifications a little less divided. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you. A good presentation indeed.
Thank you.
Next participant is Jessica B. Penaranda. Please come and start your presentation. Jessica B. Penaranda.
For a while. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, thank you. Sir Arnel, I cannot share.
Arnel, please stop your presentation.
I cannot start screen share while you are still sharing. Sir Arnel.
Yes, sorry.
Arnel, please stop your sharing.
1 sec, sir. How do you stop this? There.
Jessica, now you start.
Okay, for a while. Just a minute for a while. Okay, can you see my presentation now?
Yes.
Hello? Okay.
Yes.
So, good afternoon, my co-participants. I am Jessica Peñaranda, a graduate student from Eastern Samar State University, and is currently teaching senior high school in one of the public high schools in the province of Eastern Samar. Before I begin with my presentation, allow me to express my deepest thanks to the organizers of this conference, Adamas University. It is such an honor being one of the presenters in this event.
What happened, Jessica? Please continue.
For research proposal. So my paper is titled New Normal in Education, Braving Challenges and Reflecting on its Lessons. For a while. Okay, so education is one of the most affected sectors of the society because of the COVID-19 pandemic. It battled so many challenges, most of which are yet to be won and defeated. In any case, the Philippine Department of Education, or DepEd, has never faltered and is putting up a good fight against the challenges brought about by this crisis. It has stood firm on its ground, refusing to surrender. In fact, despite the calls to skip this academic year, it has decided to carry on with the opening of classes for school year 2020-2021, holding on to its belief that education should never stop even in the face of emergency situations. In order to guarantee the success of the opening of classes for the current school year, DepEd crafted some policies and guidelines which will help ensure that quality education will still be delivered to the learners despite our current situation. One of such is the Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan, or the LCP. The LCP is cognizant to the fact that DepEd must adopt alternative learning delivery modes if it is to reach all learners. The modes of delivery identified by the LCP that schools may implement are distance learning, blended learning, and homeschooling. The LCP assures that no child will be excluded from learning during the COVID-19 crisis. Aside from the LCP, Department of Education has also released Most Essential Learning Competencies, or MELCs, which lists only the most essential competencies that will be covered in a particular learning area per quarter. The identification and release of the MELCs is part of the department's commitment to ensure education continuity in this time of crisis, while guaranteeing that the standards set by the K-12 curriculum guides are not downplayed and compromised. Okay, so in our school, we have adopted Modular Distance Learning Delivery Modality, or the MDL. The decision to adopt this type of learning modality is based on the minimum requirements set by the department, which points that MDL is the most appropriate mode of delivering learning for our school. At present, we have already distributed self-learning modules, or SLMs, to more than 1,000 learners who are officially enrolled in our school. Unfortunately, community quarantines imposed by the local interagency task force have restrained us from regularly distributing the SLMs to our learners. As a matter of fact, since the opening of classes on October 5, 2020, we are only able to distribute a total of 4 modules for each learning area to our students, which means that we are lagging behind the schedule if we are to base it on the school calendar set by the department. Needless to say, situations like this cannot be avoided considering that we are still in the middle of this health crisis. What is important is that learners' education is already in place, at times halted, but is definitely moving forward. Okay, so what are the challenges that we face? in our current situation. So as we go along with our school activities, we have encountered a number of challenges in relation to the operations of the school. For one, our school is currently being used as a quarantine facility for locally stranded individuals who have decided to return to our municipality. That is why we have to set up our temporary office in a relatively small space provided by the local government unit. Another challenge is that the reproduction of SLMs is very costly and time consuming. Also, the distribution and retrieval of modules, especially to far-flung areas, is quite difficult and challenging due to problems on transportation. We have also observed that some learners find it hard to cope with modular distance learning. This is probably because their parents or guardians or other household members are unable to provide them instructional support. So this added concern to this is another problem that we have to face. So what have I learned?
What happened to Jessica?
Solution to these shortfalls. Besides, let us never forget that we are part of the system. So partly, its success or failure can be attributed to how we do our share. Lastly, I have come to realize that collaboration and partnerships has never been as necessary as it is nowadays. For us to emerge victorious in this war with COVID-19, we have to strengthen our relationship with the stakeholders, such as the government, the parents, and the community in general. So with all these things going on, I am keeping my fingers crossed that this pandemic will soon be over. However, there is a big possibility that we might not be able to go back to our old ways. Some of these changes are meant to stay forever. And so as I see it, flexible learning might be the future of our education. Students will probably be given the choice on how they will receive their education. If this will be the case, the Department of Education has to devise more concrete measures on how to deliver quality and relevant basic education that is responsive to the context of the learners. Also, the government should implement projects and programs that will support DepEd's thrusts in education. They can probably start with securing a strong and stable internet connectivity in the country and providing teachers and learners with the necessary devices for online distance learning. This is, of course, to maximize multiple pathways of learning all throughout the country, including those coming from the margins of the society. Since all these things are still new to us, I am certain we have so much yet to learn from all that we're experiencing right now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We just have to keep our eyes open for the many possibilities in the future. So what is important is our willingness to adapt and embrace changes and our ability to innovate new ways of addressing challenges. And so as we continue our journey in this new normal, we have nothing but well wishes for all our endeavors. Indeed, may the force be with us always. Thank you. That would be all.
Okay. So our next presenter is Manuel Tegarero. Please come and start your talks. Jessica, please stop your presentation. Please stop your sharing. Jessica, yes. So I am requesting Manuel Tegarero, please come and start your presentation. Are you there? Yes. Manuel, please start. Please, first you unmute yourself. You are on mute. Please unmute your speaker. You are not audible to us, so please unmute your speaker.
Hello. Hello. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Start your presentation.
Good day, everyone. I'm Maruta Herrero, studying Master of Arts in Education in Eastern Samar State University. Okay, I will discuss about homeschooling as the new normal trend, coping with the new mode of pedagogical teaching. Okay, to start with, will you agree with me that the parents are the best teachers? The first teachers we have in our lives is our parent. They teach us to speak, walk, ride, bike, behave ourselves. From my everyday experience and observation, I can totally agree with the statement that parents are the best teachers. Okay, I'm going now to start my sharing my slides. Wait. Okay, kita next slides. Wait, sir. Okay, ini. Fine, pag-share. Okay, I can't. I don't know how to share my slides.
Without the PPT, so you can continue your oral presentation, okay?
Read my presentation. Okay. So, due to the novel coronavirus, children have to stay at home and school were closed to prevent the spread of the virus. In response, the Department of Education has made efforts to maintain learning continuity during this period. The DepEd used blended learning and other learning modalities to maintain and deliver quality education to its learners, despite no face-to-face interaction. So classes have transitioned to online classes and meetings, while schoolwork is sent to students via online, forcing students to adjust to this new normal. So bringing schools to their homes. The pandemic has changed our lives, and education is no exception. Schools have to close their premises in response to lockdown measures. Homeschooling becomes replacement of traditional school sit-up teachers and students in a classroom. So homeschooling became a massive shock to parents' productivity and to children's social life and learning. So as the parents teach in the home, their work are affected. With the new normal, homeschool may be a solution to avoid the virus and keep their families safe. Parents could teach their own children since they have a choice as to know to how they want their children to be educated. So it's also in our law that the country will establish and maintain a system of free public education in elementary and high school levels without limiting the natural rights of parents to rear their children. Okay, so what is homeschooling? Homeschooling is a setup where instead of sending them to a traditional or formal education, public or private, wherein parents educate their children at home. Parents seek to form their child in the values they uphold, in a character they wish to upbuild, and in the faith that their family is firmly grounded upon. So another is homeschooling is when children's education is based at home with their parents' guidance rather than through enrollment in public school or private school. So I'm going to discuss about the advantages of homeschooling and the disadvantages of homeschooling. So advantages of homeschooling, there is a control of curriculum. So you can decide upon which curriculum your child can focus upon. So you can focus on mathematics or science, English. Okay, so pace of learning. So that's how long the child spends upon a subject is upon to your judgment. So it's your free will if you're going to make it longer for you to study or you're going to make it short. Freedom from external problems and situations such as bullies, peer pressures, and boredom. Another is safe from contracting virus in school, flexibility to make schedule, and the focus of your child can be on studying. So what are now the disadvantages of homeschooling? So time, homeschooling can absorb substantial amount of parents' time. So as parent, you will be bonded with your child at home teaching. So too much togetherness. You will be in contact with your kids without respite for 24/7. And another is lack of social interaction. So since your children are at home, your children do not receive maximum exposure to the various types of people they will have to deal with the wider world and might affect their ability to cope. So another is financial restrictions. So as parent can't go to work, in order for the person to remain home and teach, he or she would have to give up their work. So in my conclusion, homeschooling should be done only in limited basis. Teachers should supervise and assess the progress of the student together with their parents. To supplement the homeschooling of the parents, teachers have to monitor and assess student progress via online or home visitation. So in my research, DepEd officials said on November 27, 2020 that they recommend unlimited face-to-face classes in safe communities as they warned that the country will suffer a serious education gap. As blended learning that was put in place due to the pandemic has not been very effective. This includes online learning, TV broadcasting, modular. These are under homeschooling because it needs supervision from an older person to teach or explain some of the details. Okay.
Please stop. Okay. So nice presentation. So now I am requesting Lance Xavier Omid Gazo for your. Are you there?
Hello, sir.
Yes, yes.
Hello. Can anybody hear me?
Yes, yes, you are audible.
So, good day to everyone. I am Lance Xavier Gazo from Eastern Summer State University, and I'll be focusing on the impact of pandemic to private school teachers. Whose audio is that? Hello. Can I proceed?
Please continue.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Okay. So we may all agree that the year 2020 has been a rough year for us because some of us lost our jobs, Others may have been forced to lose their current jobs, while there are others who may have lost their loved ones due to this pandemic. With the increase of cases in our country, we must prepare ourselves to the so-called new normal for us to continue to strive for our future. The pandemic brought a severe damage in our economy. This affected a lot of companies which were forced to shut down due to the fact that they have no incoming income to continue to operate. Our current government reached to help its citizens through various programs such as the SSS Unemployment Benefit, Camp Bayanihan 1 and 2, and DSWD SAP, those who have lost their jobs who are in need. They also borrowed millions to billions of pesos, that's Philippine currency, from other countries to fight the current situation. The consequence of this is that it brought in an increase of debt in our current debt with other countries. Aside from the government duties, classes in school are one of those institutions that were not canceled. Classes continued. The Department of Education proposed the new normal of teaching through the use of technology. With this, social distancing keeps children as well as teachers safe, but also learning continues without the traditional way of teaching. Others question, what about the families who can't afford the needed of technology? The Department of Education also introduced the modular learning, which students learn via modules. The distribution of modules will be done by teachers so that students and their families can be safe. Although this has not been done in our history, we could not yet tell if this was a success in the education of the youth. My personal experience, I'm one of those citizens who forcefully lost their jobs due to this pandemic. As a private school teacher, I can relate to a lot of citizens whom I saw in our daily news that tried to ask help in our government. A lot of private schools got shut down permanently due to this pandemic, and without a doubt, one of those schools is the schools that I was working with. As I saw my coworkers packing up our things, we tried to reminisce our past memories, for it may have been our last time to see one another. I tried to look for a new opportunity, but I realized the same result with the other companies. They prefer not to employ employees for the sake of their health safety, which I respect. In this kind of situation, I was forced to go home in my hometown to seek opportunity and be with my family. Even though we are a third world country, we can feel that the world is changing. Our country must be prepared with this kind of event in the future. The government should allocate in creating a budget if another pandemic happens. Through this kind of situation, our country would be prepared to support its citizens in times of crisis. They should also give the importance to the future health workers to encourage the youth so that they may be willing to serve our country rather than serving the foreign ones. A lot of our current health workers complain nowadays due to the fact that their salary is not enough. The needed facilities for research in their laboratories are lacking, and the safety equipments are somehow limited. The government might as well give their support to the researchers of our country. We might as well help the world in discovering cures rather than spending millions and
So please
relying on
conclude
other
your
countries.
discussion.
Sir?
Please come
Sir?
to conclusion.
Okay, so my experience was also the same with millions of other Filipinos. We all agonize on what has this year brought us. Even with all the pain and trials, we all do the so-called bayanihan. This is the Filipino version of helping each other. With the challenges we face, God is the only one we rely on. Thank you.
Okay, so I am requesting Lovely again to start your presentation. Lovely, are you there? Lovely Cindy, are you there? If you there, then you can start your discussion.
Hello? Hello?
Yes,
Hello?
yes, you are audible.
Can you guys hear me? I will first share my
Okay. Again, problem from your end.
First, I would like to apologize. I've had a difficulty with
We cannot hear you. Lovely. Okay, so I am moving to another person. So I am requesting Crizel Sipia for starting your presentation. Crizel,
Hello,
are you
sir.
there? Please
Can you
continue.
hear me, sir?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, I will share my presentation.
Do you have yes, yes.
Can you see my presentation, sir?
Not yet.
Hello?
Not yet.
Yes,
Out
yes.
there.
It has appeared on screen.
Hello.
Now it is.
Not yet.
Yes.
Hello.
Please start your.
Okay, I'll start my presentation now. Good day, everyone. I'm Crizel Sipia, studying in Summer City, and I'm going to talk about fullness as teachers' coping skill during the general community quarantine. For my introduction, teachers' coping skill has been tested amidst this COVID-19 pandemic, and all of us has been locked up by the government to stop the spread of fatal virus that killed millions of individuals in the whole wide world. During the general community quarantine in our area taught me a lot when it comes to being flexible and resourceful, since the government prohibited the face-to-face teaching in school. And as a teacher, it challenged me a lot because I used to teach students physically. Flexibility and resourcefulness are one of the important characteristics that a teacher should possess, especially in this time of pandemic. As a teacher, we should learn how to be flexible at all times. These characteristics are essential for our mental toolbox of strategies we need in order to prevail in teaching and in life given the current climate. As teachers, we pretty much do each of these definitions on a daily basis as we modify curriculum, change our lesson at the drop of that when we realize that the information is not across the way we intended. And we certainly know how to bend without breaking. Okay, the flexible teacher. Being a flexible teacher, we are willing to change, apply new technology tools, new protocol, new professional development like attending webinars to support our new normal education. As a teacher, we have a work from home setup and skeleton workforce. We need to set up some personal boundaries to differentiate work and home activity. The resourceful teacher. Being a resourceful teacher is the ability to look at multiple solutions or resources that can cater to the student needs. And learning style as well. We need to research and share useful resources that can cater to student needs, platforms, application, and website. As a public teacher, don't ever put your guard down because you might not be able to cope up with the changes that we're currently facing today. And most importantly, never stop learning even if you are already working. As what you have said, education is a continuous process. It means that even we are in this current state, we should always know how to learn every day. We should always be a better version of who we are yesterday and learn about mistake day before yesterday. Coping skills in this time of pandemic is essential, especially when it comes to students. Because we are now in a blended modular way of teaching, and being resourceful is that the vital role of a teacher will not be halted. I know it is really hard to teach a student like this, but it's just a protection for every day that somehow we could be back to normal in God's will. So therefore, I conclude that amidst this COVID-19 pandemic, we should follow the protocols that the government is asking for us. Participation with the government is a key to normalcy. And all of us are thirsty to be back on what we are before this pandemic. And finally, as a teacher, let's pray for the betterment of everyone because I know God is watching us and I know He will glorify us. That's all my presentation. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you, Crizel.
Thank you,
Now
sir.
the next participant is Marichu Ivardon. So please, Marichu, are you there? Yes.
Yes, sir. Am
Yes.
I audible and visible? Am I audible, sir?
Yes, yes, you are audible. You are audible.
Okay, sir. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I am Marcia Bonales Ivardoni from Cesar Summer State University, Borongan, Philippines. It is truly an honor to be part of this big event as I am going to share with you my experience during these times of pandemic entitled Embracing the New Normal, Adopting New Learning Delivery Modalities Amidst Pandemic. So the COVID-19 pandemic has brought a tremendous effect not only to my personal life and career, but also impacted others' lives. So many countries has been experiencing from economic recession, so hence many are affected and lost their jobs. So at most cost, it has taken many lives and brought threat to everyone. So however, despite of the challenges we are facing today, teachers and other frontliners are doing the best way they could to help students to continue learning. So they are the new heroes for today's situation. And as one of the teachers out there, I am much willing to extend my support to students. I had never thought this as a hindrance in helping the learners through embracing the new normal education and adopting different new learning delivery modalities to make teaching and learning possible in these times of pandemic. So such as distance learning, blended learning, face-to-face learning, and homeschooling. So the most implemented learning modality used by most schools is the distance learning through modular basis. So this is where every student is becoming more independent in learning because they are free to make use of any instructional materials as a guide and references for their studies. So while other learning modalities are used by the higher education, such as blended learning that combines online educational materials and opportunities for interaction online with traditional place-based classroom methods. Today, the Department of Education and Commission on Higher Education are ensuring the best quality education they could provide to all students amidst this pandemic. So teachers go hand in hand to deliver learning with quality assured without pressure on the part of students. And on my part as a teacher, I would suggest to follow the implemented health protocols or protective measures, such as wearing a face mask, which help keep physical distancing, practice proper hygiene, and limit social gatherings while continuing education. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. So the next speaker is Efren M. Dalfo. Please, are you there?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, yes. You are audible. Go ahead.
Just a moment.
What happened?
Just a moment, sir.
Yes, yes, please go ahead.
Okay, sir. So I cannot screen share my presentation, so I just continue. So the topic is all about the effect of the pandemic among the teachers seeking permanent positions. So COVID-19 has drastically changed the lives of many people all around the world. And we can say that in the normal lives, we have social gatherings, we have gatherings of family relatives, and there comes the time has come that the new normal, when we have to wear masks, observe social distancing, and of course, no more interaction in the classes. So in the Philippines, COVID-19 has been a challenge to all changes from the traditional ways of doing things. And many Filipinos have been suffering hunger, hunger.
Hunger.
So many Filipinos are suffering from hunger, unemployment, financial, and even emotional problems. But teachers has always been the shock absorber in any states we are going through. We might call them as the teachers as the man of steel, because whatever state that you put them in, they can do it. They have plans. They have plans that they can assess to. So credentials to their efforts and sacrifices nowadays in this pandemic, it's hard for a teacher to find a job. Requirements and other documents are hard to comply. Yes, because of the hard restriction, you will need papers, document, health certificates just to travel. So experience is needed in finding a job. But now it is impossible to gain experience for this pandemic as stop and close all schools. So before becoming a professional teacher, you should go render experiences. But because of this pandemic, all schools are closed. So so you cannot train. You need to find alternative ways to gain experience. And during hiring teachers, they must show their creativity and innovativeness, for they are facing new dilemma. Coping this help teachers grow and make a critical decisions for effective and efficient. This pandemic is an eye opener to all teachers who we have to adapt the new normal, new strategies that will help us go through in this endeavor. And job seeking will be harder, for we all rely on internet connection. That's why we need to be more equipped in terms in technology. And now, only the internet connects us for teachers in this generation. It will be easy for them to cope, but for those who are not, they need more trainings and actual hands-on in using computer or any other technological equipment. For this, the new normal that we need to abide and follow. And it looks like it's hard yet we have no choice we have no choice but to deal with it until the new normal comes back. So that will be all, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, the next participant is Annie Gay G. Capacite. Are you there?
Hello, sir.
Yes. You are audible.
You hear me, sir?
Yes. You are audible.
Good day, everyone. I'm Anigay Kapasiti from Eastern Summer State University. I'm sorry I can't share my presentation due to I'm just using my mobile phone. So I have here my presentation. So the title is Resiliency and Sustainability, Teachers Means of A pandemic is the worldwide spread of new disease. Coronavirus disease 2019 or COVID-19 is an infectious disease caused by a newly discovered coronavirus. So most people infected with the coronavirus will experience mild to moderate respiratory illness and recover without requiring special treatment. So older people and those with underlying medical problems like cardiovascular disease, diabetes, chronic respiratory disease, and cancer are more likely to develop serious according to the World Health Organization. So the rapid spread of coronavirus across the world has brought a large impact on people. It may be physically, mentally and economically. Classes are suspended, work, malls, amusement parks, entertainment industry, and even churches were closed due to lockdowns. Many were affected no matter what status in the society. For the first months of lockdowns, lucky are those who have saved money, so pity for those who have none. Inflation strikes due to demands, limited resources and shipments. Many basic needs double prices in the market. Alcohol, sanitizers, and other disinfectants are most needed. From shake hands to wash your hands frequently, from hugs and kisses to maintain physical distance. We have gone far from the things used to in our daily lives. Indeed, a lot has changed. Remember the days where we can freely go wherever we want to without thinking of checkpoints, travel pass, and securing health certificates. At all costs, strict implementation of healthcare protocols is one of the prevention that government is doing since there is still no vaccine available. On the other hand, the education system was shut down, but it was a great joy when the government decided to open classes again through the different learning modalities. Embracing new normal scheme, delivering modules to our students house to house, of course, observing health protocols and virtual classes. But still, we can't deny the fact that we have limited resources. Supplies for bond papers and inks are insufficient. Nevertheless, these are just challenges that made us more to become more resilient. Padayon, we can get through this. Everything will be okay in the end. If it's not okay, it's not yet the end. Thank you, everyone. That's for my presentation.
Thank you very much. Now, the next participant is Gaizel El Tegio. So please start your discussion. Please unmute yourself. Tejio, are you on mute? So at first you unmute yourself.
Sorry. Hello, sir.
Yes. Please hurry up.
Hello, good day, everyone. So I am Giselle Libanan Tejeyo from Eastern Samar State University, Barangan City, Philippines. So like others, I can't share my presentation because of weak connection of internet. So today I am going to present the impacts of modular distance learning to classroom teachers during pandemic. With COVID-19 pandemic in the Philippines, students and school are still coping and adjusting the modular distance learning education. As we cope with the impact of the coronavirus disease pandemic, we experience unprecedented challenges and trials. News about closure of school due to impact and spread of COVID-19 virus has been a common thing. Online classes and modular learning have become the new normal. Modular distance learning features individualized instruction that allows learners to use self-learning modules in print or digital format. Modular learning is the backbone of rapid distance learning. Other modes of learning, such as online and TV radio broadcast, would supplement the modules. The printing of modules was supposedly the reason why the school opening was postponed yet again. Some teachers didn't have copies of the modules weeks before the original date of the school opening because of insufficient budget and supplies of bond paper and ink. The budget allocation for the shift to distance learning filed under MOOA can be easily depleted due to the sheer number of modules that need to be printed. Despite the effort that goes into printing materials, the distribution and retrieval of learning package and student outputs, teachers still expected to be available for consultation under online, usually through Facebook, Messenger, or by text. Learners may ask for assistance from teacher. Parents or any member of the family, on the other hand, may serve as the guide or para-teachers to learners at home. Parents who are lack of formal schooling worried on how they help their children answering their modules. Teachers takes the responsibility of monitoring the progress of the learners. They conduct home visit to check on each student progress and performance. In this study, a distance learning program as access to technology remains a problem for most students and teachers. Likewise, printing of modules needed as bond paper, printer, and ink is a lack of sufficient budget to reproduce learning materials. Therefore, DPEG provide an effective and efficient distance education delivery system to overcome barrier in achieving modular distance learning education. The barrier of distance, time, and educational resources and cost are being overcome to continued refinement of distance learning program. So no country in the world was prepared for this unprecedented pandemic, but education, a constitutional right of every Filipino, should be made accessible to all under any circumstances. Once again, thank you for listening.
Thank you, Tezio. Our next participant is Vina D. Flores. So please come and start your presentation. Vina D. Flores, are you there? Okay. So the next participant is Almira in Delfo. So please start your discussion. The next participant is Almira in Delfo. Where is Almira in Delfo? Okay, I am moving to the next participant, Ruel Pombo. I think
Hello,
he's there.
sir.
Yes. Please
Hello,
continue.
sir.
Please go ahead. Yes.
Am I visible and audible?
Yes. You are visible as well as audible.
Okay. I'll just show my presentation.
Di pa, madali na yan at plus.
Sino? Tumbok? Good day, everyone. Distinguished leaders around the world. First, I am deeply honored by this immeasurable opportunity. In behalf of the College of Arts and Sciences, Eastern Samar State University, Borongan Campus, we would like to express our profound gratitude to ASH University making this virtual conference possible. I am Ruel Pombo from Eastern Samar State University, a second-year student of Bachelor of Science in Social Work. Today, I will share our experiences and proposed solution in adapting the new normal challenges among college students of Eastern Samar State University. And I hope that everyone or someone can consider this as a basis for research proposal. The importance of education plays a vital role in the pillars of individual growth and global development. Even in the present building the future, the most times an enormous number of students endures a level of difficulties in coping with the many complexities and realities brought by this pandemic. In the pursuit to sustain classes, students struggle with this new normal, hurdles the student since the Philippines ranked 63rd out of 100 countries in terms of inclusive internet index. Hence, we are also in 76th rank of the poorest country in the world. Moreover, students experience learning difficulties due to poverty and lack of mitigation in various aspects. Preventing learning crisis in this trying times of pandemic requires an urgent collective action from all people must work together and reimagine education. Today, we are facing unsustainable levels of inequality and rights since the pandemic has become a global issue, one of which is accessible and sustainable education. COVID-19 pandemic has led to large disruption in the educational system. Despite of the collaborative effort of hardworking educators and other stakeholders, a large number of students lag behind in the process of adjustment. Reason for this is mainly because of poverty and unsolved complexities. This includes but not limited to the poor internet connections. Second, inability to provide basic needs of our citizens who are below the poverty threshold has been a bleak situation, since even successful distance learning, success on it depends on living conditions. This is possible before this pandemic. Province of Eastern Samar is one of the poorest provinces in the Philippines. In fact, in the year 2013, we ranked number 3, having a 59.4% poverty incidence. Even today, still remain realities, defects, and inevitable burdens, not only in our children, but also in our parents. In order to overcome this, we must act as one in imagining education. Student, the following are some of my suggestions in improving quality and accessible education, even in the presence of COVID-19 pandemic. Help education students when it's attained, there will be more number of teachers and students residing from far-flung areas can fully access education efficiently despite that covers educational services. Investment on digital literacy. Assuming that education, the budget for education was increased, investment in digital literacy is advisable. We need to rejuvenate a lifelong learning and to strengthen the link between formal and non-formal education. Government should provide reliable internet connection for those students who are living below poverty threshold. And if possible, government may also provide their basic survival needs. When all these are attained, we can now adopt a flexible learning delivery methods where digital technology and modernized curriculum are involved. Accessibility to physical learning in the education and we must target those who have substantial chance of being left behind. This includes to families who are living below poverty, students, single parents. That would be all. Thank you. Mabuhay. Salamat.
Thank you. The next participant is Marcy Yadav. Ruel, please stop your sharing. Ruel, please stop your sharing. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So the next participant is Marcy Yadav. Are you there? Otherwise, I will go to the next participating university. Okay, I am going to the next participating university, that is Petra Christian University, Indonesia. And the first participant from this university is Leni Minta Rintia. So are you there, Leni?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes. So please go ahead.
Thank you. Good day, everyone. My name is Leni Mindarintia from Petra Christian University in Indonesia. I am a 5-semester student majoring in elementary school teacher education. It is a privilege for me to share with all of you. I would like to thank Adamas University for giving me the opportunity. I will share my humble experience during the pandemic. Do you can still concentrate? Take it easy, please. I will bring a light topic, but it is important. This topic was entitled Becoming an Impactful Person During the Pandemic. Many people stay at home during this pandemic. Stay at home is not an excuse for us to be a person who does not give a positive impact on others. Before embracing future education, we need to prepare ourselves in the present. Thank God He gave us wisdom so we can use sophisticated technology and the internet. Through that, we as students can still be a positive impact person by sharing knowledge, love, and other positive things with many people. I did 3 things to become an impactful person during this pandemic. First, be a positive impact for myself. It is important for us to have a positive impact on ourselves. Work from home makes us often tempted to do things lazily. Of course, we can realize our daily routine, but do not take it for granted. The discipline of getting up in the morning, praying, working out, taking a shower, having breakfast, and getting ready for online classes will help us to focus more on receiving lesson. When we are focused on receiving lesson, we encourage other friends to focus too. Second, do simple things to help others. We can be an impactful person for the people around us, for example, our family. As a student, our parents must be happy if we still help them even though we are only doing simple things. We can sweep, make them a cup of tea, or massage their shoulder. If you want to hit the mark, you can ask what you can do to help them. Although simple, they are very happy. And the last, use the internet to be an impact for more people. If you have social media like Instagram, you can create a microblog on Instagram to share positive vibes with your followers. A microblog is a form of blogging that allows each user to write short updating text of usually less than 200 characters and publish them. People do not feel lectured when reading the microblog, but they feel like they are learning. The other good news is you do not have to be an expert to make this. You can convey anything, for example, educational topic, lesson, ideology, parenting, tips and tricks, reflection on the books you read, or even share knowledge about how you made your own microblog. I do this and have many positive feedback from my followers. In the end, there was no more reason for us to have not any positive impact. Share the smallest positive things that you have. If it is smile, then smile. Then you are already a positive impact person. Becoming a person who has a positive impact can train us to have good character. Good character produces wise people. Education needs wise people. Let's start planning what we can do to become a positive impact person. Let's think about education that not only change cognitive, but also change life. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you, Lenny. The next participant from the same university is Elvira. I think she is there, so please go ahead.
Thank you. Hello everyone, my name is Alvira. I'm from Petra Christian University, Surabaya, Indonesia. It's a great honor for me to attend this international conference. Thank you for having me to deliver my short presentation about what I feel during pandemic in education aspects. I make a title for my presentation called Hope of Education During Pandemic. First of all, I'm very nervous right now. I'm type of person who don't speak well in the front of many people. Second, I registered and joined this conference in the last minute, such as last Monday. You can imagine how I haven't prepared any paper or article to be said in the conference. Moreover, I have never joined any conference in my life, so I don't know what topic I should say. However, as you can see, despite all struggle I would have, I decided to get out from my comfort zone. It's because I feel that this is the only chance I can join international conference easily, like just by using internet and online platform Zoom. I don't need to spend a lot of money in transportation and accommodation to meet many great college students and speakers from all around the world. I can do all these things thanks to this pandemic situation. Yeah, because of this pandemic, it makes me or kind of force me to get out from my comfort zone. Maybe many people will complain and say that this year, 2020, is the worst year. It's the year that full of problems and challenges because of the pandemic. Education aspects also get a great impact so that the school, teachers, students, and parents have to adapt and do a lot of changes. Most all elementary school in Indonesia where I live never have a thought of online classes. But because of this situation, school and teacher have to think and plan the alternative learning process, such as online class. I know I by myself feel that there are a lot of struggle in this kind of learning. Teacher and students are not used to learn and interact without face-to-face method. I bet all of the participants in here can feel that too. Moreover, the access of internet and electricity in Indonesia are not fully provided, especially for citizens in the small city or village. However, because of this pandemic, the government is kind of being forced to think any solution to help Indonesian students to keep going on learning. For example, right now, every student from elementary to university are provided a free number of internet data every month. Yeah, I likely want to say that despite all the problems, all people actually in this year is getting out from their comfort zone. Even though we are all right now cannot get out from our house, we do get out from our comfort zone. If the world has never got this pandemic situation, the spread of the internet in Indonesia will not be better like now. Then Indonesian teachers and also around the world now are pushed to think and do the learning process creatively in every situation that they have, such as offline and online classes. In fact, we are right now in this conference to share our ideas and learn from many people about education in the future. So, education still exists in this hard situation. It even pushes us to get out from our comfort zone. I do have a hope that education can be a better during and after this pandemic. Thank you for listening to my presentation. Have a nice day. God bless you.
Thank you, Alvira. The next participant is Kevin Daniel. Are you there?
Hello.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Good afternoon in here. Okay. Uh, Today I will present about having good character building in a pandemic situation. Oh, by the way, I'm Kevin. I'm from Petra Christian University. So first of all, why is it important to have a good character building? Because the first thing is character builds trust in performing a success. It also helps us to perform our role better and give us an empathy to be a leader. So how does it how does the pandemic affect this character building right now? So uh, the reason character building is affected because character building is created by a community, not just by oneself. When a person's character cannot be truly, how to say it, a person's character is not built because they are alone, but they have others that evaluate their character. Also, even if we have a video call like this, it doesn't represent the true character that they have. So in this case, what should we do? We all are educators. Later on, we will be an educators. So what should we do as a teacher? First, we need to have a close relationship with our student. And after that, we build good trust, a trust with them. And one more thing, one other important thing is to know what is the truly right character, to really see what is the right character. Yeah. So the plan that we can, the little plan, the little plan that I have is learn everything. You learn everything so you can know what is truly correct. Because if you just learn one thing, you don't know if that is, maybe the other is could be correct. This one is wrong. The other is have a constant close relationship. In relationship, then you will build your character in that relationship. For me myself, my character grew from my relationship with my friends, my teacher, my parents, my sisters, my brother and sister, and also becoming an example for others to show what is a good character is. I guess that is all. Thank you.
Thank you. So now I am going to the next university, that is Kharkiv National Aerospace University, Ukraine. And the first participant from this university is Vladislav Kirmarov.
Am I audible and visible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, I will start. So I'm Kirmarov Vladislav, and I'm the third year student in National Aerospace University, and I study applied linguistics. So let's start. Let me turn on my demonstration. 1 second. All right, can you see my presentation? Can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
so what I want to say is that education varies across the countries. Today at this conference, we have a lot of different universities and nationalities, and all of us have different culture and traditions. But what is more important, we all have different educational approaches. This year, we have faced a problem of a global scale. COVID-19 has invaded our lives and turned them upside down. Many shops, cafes, and entertainment centers were closed due to the pandemic, which resulted in staff reduction. Many well-known companies such as Virgin Australia, OneWeb, or Neiman Marcus went bankrupt due to the pandemic. My today's report topic is looking beyond the negative influence of COVID-19 and creating starting points for new life is connected with pandemic influence on our economy and education. So there is a well-known proverb, many men, many minds, and I totally agree with it. There are both individuals who have suffered from pandemic badly and those who haven't suffered that much. First of all, I would like to talk about people who have even some positive moments from the pandemic. These are students and pupils. I came to this conclusion as they received more free time to spend for themselves, opportunities for self-development. They also got an opportunity to take up a new hobby and combine work with education. Secondly, I would like to consider medical companies. What I mean by this is that it is not a big secret that we all now wear masks, protection masks in public places, and use antiseptics to keep our hands clean. All this equipment is produced by someone, and so medical companies really benefited from selling this equipment for double price. And people will buy it at any price now because there is a strong need to do so. And the last aspect I want to consider are IT specialists. They got an opportunity to work comfortably from home. And what is more important, they are engaged now in developing platforms for us students and people all over the world to make our study and work more easy and comfortable. Now I would like to consider local tourism. So pandemic really helped local tourism to become more popular now, as people can't move now freely to other countries for a holiday due to pandemic, but I regard it more like a positive point rather than negative, as we got an opportunity to discover beautiful landscapes, rich history and traditions of our country, and prove that Ukraine is worth visiting and has a lot of stunning places to visit. But there is another side of coin, non-beneficial or extremely negative one. What I mean is that in Ukraine, a large number of small entrepreneurs and big businessmen has suffered badly in economical aspects during the pandemic. And the perfect example here are football clubs. What I mean is that they spend thousands of euro every season on buying new players, but most of their transfer budget they get from selling match tickets. They are unable to hold matches now due to the pandemic, and due to this, they are suffering a major crisis now. And another two spheres that have suffered from the pandemic are entertainment and transport spheres. Many public places are now closed, and so are entertainment centers and amusement parks. And due to the lack of people, they are having financial problems. And with transport system, the situation is the same. Like they are unable to commute as many people as they used to do before. And so because of this, they are having economic downturn. And now I would like to consider educational aspects of distance learning. And first of all, I would like to tell about myself. When I first heard about distance learning, I had some kind of mixed messages inside of my head. At first, I thought it will give me more free time to spend and will make my everyday schedule lighter. Secondly, I saved a lot of money without daily commuting to my uni and back. And the most important aspect is that COVID-19 is a perfect opportunity to learn motivation, how to find motivation and time management. I wasn't familiar with these two concepts before the pandemic, but I felt all the negative consequences of it when skipping the important deadlines and doing everything in a hurry. So distance learning for me was a perfect opportunity to learn how wisely organize myself and my working time as well. And let's talk about some educational aspects in general. Administration of our universities alongside with professors and teachers are trying to make distance learning as suitable and comfortable for us as possible. They are organizing a suitable schedule so that students don't get tired very fast. Platforms for
Kilmadu, I am interrupting you, so please come to conclusion.
All right. What I want to say is that nevertheless, the pandemic had a lot of victims and negative influences.
Kilmadu, can you hear me? Please come to conclusion.
Yeah, I hear. I'm concluding now. Nevertheless, it had a lot of negative consequences on economy and education, but still it created a lot of starting points in which can be in future implemented in some major changes and will make our country more profitable and prosperous. That's all from me.
Kilmadu, can you hear me? Please come to conclusion.
I am concluding now.
Thank you. So our next participant is Ivan Honcharenko. Are you there, Ivan?
Yeah, greetings. Can you hear me?
Ivan?
Greetings. Can you hear me?
Yes. So please go ahead, Ivan.
Can you see my presentation? So, greetings, my name is Ivan, and I'd like to tell you about self-education and why it may be helpful. First of all, nowadays some of us has free time because of the pandemic, and we have got opportunity to study on our own. Self-education may help you with this problem. Actually, there are even some advantages. You can get knowledge anytime you can or want. Additional time that people usually spend on getting somewhere, university work, etc. That means that you have additional time to learn. Usually you spend at least 20 minutes to get to the university or school. Now you can spend this time on something more productive like reading books. The opportunity to study anytime. If you are busy with something, you can just do it any other time when you are free. There are less factors that distract you from working or studying. You're organizing your own space and you can make it as comfortable for knowledge consumption as you'd like. It gives you time to be by yourself. Scientists prove that some time spent by yourself makes you more productive in different ways. People can make more conclusions when they are by themselves. It makes people more independent. You don't need teachers or someone to help you. All you need is books or some electronic devices. People can find out lots of things they wanted to know. In modern world, there is very little time for us to find out something we want to know. But self-education gives us the opportunity to learn anything people want. There is no need to rely on others. The process may be done alone. Of course, it is better to use books and notes, but internet may also help. World Health Organization found out that because of the pandemic, people become more addicted to computer and electronic devices, and the increasement is almost 5%. You should always remember to be cautious. Here are some tips of how to improve the process of self-education. Be concentrated. It's very necessary in order to get the best result. Physical education may be even more useful. It is true that those people who exercise regularly has more willpower and their brain functions work better as well. In order to form a habit, the process of self-education should be regular. Might take half an hour a day or even less, but regularity is the most important thing. Food consumption is also very important. In order to make your brain work effectively, you should eat properly. Regular rest helps make your work even more productive. The work can be done successfully if a person didn't have a rest. The process may be slow, but as I mentioned, the main thing here is regularity. You may start even from half an hour a day, but then add extra 10 minutes every month until you get used to it. All this information is based on science and may help to form methods of successful self-education schemes. And remember, there's always something new. Lifelong learning is very useful. The knowledge you get will accumulate and give results. You're always free to choose what to learn. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Our next participant is Valeria Samko. I think she is there. So please go ahead.
Okay, so let me. Can you see my presentation? Yes, can you see it?
Yes, we can see it.
Yes, yes.
So my name is Valeria. I'm a second-year student of Applied Linguistics at National Aerospace University HAI, Kharkiv, Ukraine. My topic is a pandemic a blow to the educational process or the opportunity to find new ways to gain knowledge? So let me start with a small excursion. The COVID-19 pandemic is an ongoing pandemic of coronavirus disease 2019, caused by severe acute respiratory syndrome coronavirus 2, first identified in December 2019 in Wuhan, China. The World Health Organization declared the outbreak a public health emergency of international concern in January 2020 and the pandemic in March 2020. On the 13th of March 2020, Ukraine University signed an order about the start of distance learning. It was understood that students would be on distance learning only for 2 weeks, and then everything would be back on track. However, the pandemic cancelled all plans. Of course, first time we liked all these changes because it was a chance for us to have a rest from studying, early rise, and a dozen of homework. But over time, views about it had changed. We had already understood that it was worse for us because we couldn't make our classwork as productive as it was before, due to a lack of experience in how to do it right. Our educational process was organized by using such apps for sharing messages as Viber and Telegram, telecommunications applications Skype and Zoom, also by using our distance learning system Mentor and Google Mail. At the beginning of September, all students were happy to return to offline study process, as we all had lack of communication with our group mates and teachers as well. People hoped that the pandemic situation and its danger had gone, but now we are all on the distance learning again. I'm sure that we can build a strategy on how to conduct all study activities so that they will not affect the learning process in a negative way. Now let me share my personal opinion about ways which can help to cope with difficulties in conducting distance learning. Firstly, we need to determine how we will share the information. Then choose via what apps lesson will be conducting. And the last one is to find a source where the module tests can be done and sent. Let's consider each step in more detail. For sharing information, I can propose Telegram, as it's an app which allows users to keep in touch in different ways. Also, I find the possibility to pin, reply, and forward messages with important information quite useful. As for April 2020, Telegram had 400 million monthly active users. My group has chats with each teacher, and it helps us send and receive messages fast. Also, via Telegram, we share links for our Zoom and Google Meet meetings. On this slide, we can see how we attach files, the functions of pinning, forwarding, and replying messages, and how exactly we share a link for a lesson. So, as it was mentioned, we use Zoom, Google Meet, and Skype for holding our lessons. It's good that in each app there is an opportunity to share the screen, so a teacher can show his or her materials and a student what he or she has done for the lesson. A huge number of teachers prefer Zoom. So in this situation, all depends only on the choice of a teacher and students as well. Of course, we can't have only online lessons while studying remotely. We need to check how we understand the information. Our university has Mentor. It's a distance learning system, and no doubt every university should have one. It has a simple interface, so it's easy to use in case the site is organized in the right way. There we have an opportunity to do tests and keep our presentation, documents, etc. Also, the site records all actions that are done through it, and in such a way, all studying process is checked. So if there is a link for a lesson, the system will get the information that it has been followed. The same with attached files and other materials. If the university doesn't have its own online platform, the teacher can use Google Classroom. Google Classroom is a free web service developed by Google that is aimed to simplify creating, distributing, and grading assignments. There is also an opportunity to check tasks and give feedback to a student. Here you can see submission in Mentor looks like, and the view of Google Classroom. Speaking about disciplines where laboratory work is a mandatory, such as experiments, dissections, etc., I can say that it can be done online by a teacher for everybody to see how to do it right. And then when we will return to offline studying, it should be repeated with the student being involved in the process. Additionally, I would like to share my views about online conferences like this one, as it helps to broaden horizons and gives an opportunity for sharing opinions among people who have the same interests. I'm sure such conferences are needed to be as one of the part of online education. Such events are really significant now. It's important to conduct them not only at the university level, but also in the way as we're doing now, joining with universities around the world. Teachers can give additional information for involving students who can be bored of sitting at home without live discussions and seeing someone else besides their group mates. Such conferences can be conducted via Zoom, Skype, or Google Meet. Fortunately, nowadays we had opportunity for it. To sum up, I'm sure that if we are able to implement all the issues mentioned in my presentation, educational process during the pandemic will be as productive as it was in classrooms before the pandemic. The current situation gives us opportunities to be more flexible, to gain new experience, and to master new skills that will surely help us in our achievements and in the career. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, wonderful presentation. Now I am requesting to Irina Spivak for your presentation. Irina, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there. Thank you very much. My name is Irina Spivak. I'm a third-year student of Applied Linguistics in Kharkiv National Aerospace University in Ukraine. And now I start sharing my presentation with you. I believe you can see my presentation now. So my topic is devoted to distance learning through the eyes of an applied linguist. And I'd like to start with the specificity of my profession. The specificity of my profession is practice. Applied linguists study language in its natural environment during communication, translation, etc. Today I'm here to tell you how distance learning influenced our educational process. And first, I will speak about advantages for our profession. The first one is comfort. I believe that comfort is important. Organizing your studying place, however and wherever you like, will surely simplify the process of achieving incredible results in your studying process. The next one is extra skills. An applied linguist works not only with a language, but with a tool he uses to apply it. And distance learning proved to be effective to me and my groupmates in terms of working with new programs, such as Reversa Context, Multitron, and Tadaros. And the last one is practice. Language is not about a theory alone, I believe. Now we have a brilliant opportunity to start practicing our skills in a more natural way. For example, by finding a native. Some of my friends started attending specialized courses or simply downloaded popular foreign apps, and such as how we are testing our limits and apply our skills. Now I will speak about drawbacks, disadvantages of distance learning for my profession. And the first one is language matter. Sadly, contrary to my statements earlier, the reality proves that one can never master a foreign language at a proficient level without a theoretical core. A student may be in constant need of a teacher or supervisor to do it. The next one is socialization. While we are not deprived of communication completely, many value physical and emotional touch. I believe that language itself is a lot about some spiritual exchange. When you speak with a representative of your culture or another culture, you deal with a unique set of minds and values which widen your knowledge. Unfortunately, the internet cannot provide this at full capacity. And the next one is quality. In fact, nobody is in charge of you but you. You're responsible for your knowledge quality, and distance learning itself cannot provide sufficient education. So it's up for students to do all the tasks and be honest with their professors. As a deep study of the matter, a survey was conducted among students and professors at my university regarding their views towards distance learning. And now you can see the results of my survey on the screen. As you can see, nearly 400 people took part in the survey. I got the following results. 74% of students voted for distance learning, while 21% voted against. 4% of professors voted for distance learning, while 1% voted against. As we can see, this study showed that most people are aware of the real problem of the lockdown and COVID-19, and I'm very grateful for it. I hope more people will acknowledge this issue and increase the level of their awareness. As a sum up, I want to say that distance learning might have its drawbacks, but personally, I see it as a challenge that we all should take. I want you to remember that if you can't change the situation, you can change your attitude toward it. And I believe that we will succeed in it. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, a good presentation. So I am requesting Paroma Kundu madam to continue the session.
Thank you, Sanjay. Now, our next university is Novgorod State University, Russia. We have 3 participants from this university. The first participants is Tatiana. Sorry. Are you there?
Good afternoon.
Yeah.
I'm Tatiana Chugunova. I'm a second-year master degree student at Yaroslav Devise Novgorod State University, Department of Primary Preschool Education and Social Management. My topic is storytelling as a tool of young teachers' adaptation. Objective of my report is to tell about how storytelling can be used in adaptation of young teachers. The word storytelling speaks for itself. Storytelling is about telling stories, and it's one of the most effective tools in motivation. This year, I, together with my project team, has developed a project, Storytelling as a Tool of Young Teachers' Adaptation, within the project activity Advanced Training Program. The relevance of this project is determined by the fact that the process of young teachers' adaptation is in difficulties in modern educational institutions. It's confirmed by young specialists themselves and experienced colleagues. At the same time, teaching staff doesn't always have an idea of modern platforms that can facilitate the adaptation of young specialists. The question arises as to transfer competent colleagues' experience to young teachers, not only within the framework of one school. The general project purpose was to develop a social network account for exchange of experience among young teachers and among experienced teachers using storytelling. The objectives of the project were to conduct a specialist survey in educational institutions of Veliki Novgorod and to develop a storytelling account for teachers' exchange of experience in Instagram. According to the results of a questionnaire, it was revealed that 87% of teachers consider stories of experienced colleagues to be an important source of information and that furthers adaptation. As a result of the project activity, our team created an Instagram account, and it's planned in the long term to conduct pedagogical meetings with the participation of experienced teachers to share their stories with young teachers in the form of storytelling. Also want to create some storytelling tips for teachers. For example, a success story of a teacher should contain not only the fact of a success, but also a pattern of behavior that made it possible to achieve it. So the main thing is a pattern of behavior because it's what we want to form. My idea for personal growth and development in the field I'm talking about is that I shouldn't be afraid to tell stories about my experience. After all, my stories quite likely can help someone. Someone will draw conclusions while others will be inspired to take action. For example, I was told about 15 rules of motivation for Harvard students, and 2 of these rules I keep in my mind. First one, if you sleep now, you'll see dreams, but they won't be real. But if you prefer studying to sleeping, your dreams will come true. And the second one, studying is not about time, it's about effort. So I used these rules and they inspired me to study harder. I think everyone has stories from their practice or work at schools, universities, colleges, and it's necessary not only to keep them carefully in memory, but also to use them, and this will produce results. I believe storytelling as a tool of young teachers' adaptation is a very powerful thing, and a social network account can unite teachers' experience and help in adaptation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Storytelling, indeed a very important tool. It's a nice presentation on storytelling. Our next presenter is Senia Florova. So are you there? Senia Florova, are you there? Okay, so I'm going for the next. Ivan Smertin, are you there?
Yeah, sure. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. So, and now, can you see my screen? So, is my screen visible now?
Yeah, visible.
Okay, so good morning or good afternoon, dear colleagues. My name is Ivan Smertin and I represent the International Office of Novgorod State University, and I'm a master student. And today I'm going to give a short presentation of my study, which is devoted to the internationalization of higher education during COVID-19 pandemic. So it is devoted to crisis management. So the process of internationalization, the foundations of which were laid by Knight, Harari, Yemini, and some other researchers, provide various opportunities for personal and professional development. First of all, through intensive international cooperation and exchange of experiences. And today our universities are under pressure that comes from adverse external factors, and the most important of which is COVID-19 pandemic, which has significantly limited the mobility of students and university teachers. And in this situation, the most important consequence of COVID-19 pandemic for education is transition of the university international activities to the online virtual space, and internationalization at home, or internal internationalization, has become the primary tool for implementing the university objectives in the field of international cooperation. So, here you can see several features of internal internationalization. The first one is students and university teachers don't need to leave the home country to participate in international events. Then it's greener. So internationalization at home leaves practically no ecological footprint, which is rather important nowadays. Then internal internationalization pays special attention to the development of intercultural communication skills and mutual understanding between representatives of different cultures. Then the next feature can be a disadvantage, because to participate in virtual mobility you need to have access to stable broadband internet connection and hardware, so it can be a barrier for some students. Then internal internationalization includes the international component in the curriculum, and it's accessible to a wider range of students, because the mobility of some students may be limited for financial, physical, and other reasons. For example, health reasons. I'm talking now about physical mobility. So, in search of optimal strategy for internal internationalization, so for crisis management, NOVSU went through several stages. The first one is disappointment and anticipation. The next one is search for new formats. Then active international interaction in the virtual space, and the last one is reflection and forecasting the post-crisis development. And one of the examples of effective implementation of the developed strategy is the cooperation of Novgorod State University and Appalachian State University. So NOVSU and Appalachian State University are currently implementing a project to develop a strategy for overcoming consequences of the international crisis. And during this project, international teams of students from different countries like United States, Russia, Brazil, and some other cooperate using synchronous and asynchronous tools. Synchronous ones are Zoom and Big Blue Button. It's a platform for conferences and conference calls, and asynchronous activities, Telegram, which is a messenger, WhatsApp, and email. Then we collaborate using cloud technologies. We post our presentations on Google Drive, make short videos and audio recordings on Telegram Cloud, which is integrated. And then, due to the difference in time zones, we upload our group conferences, including final ones, to the cloud. Yeah, it's another asynchronous activity. It's very important to know that the results of these joint efforts of international teams are connected with actual problems, COVID-19 pandemic and its impact on national educational system. Based on the experience gained, an effective strategy for internationalization at home is being developed and implemented and improved. It's great to see now in these difficult times, higher educational institutions around the world are accumulating extremely valuable distance learning and collaborating experience that will help bring the higher education system to a new level. And by the way, our conference is a perfect example that these strategies that are being developed all around the world by different countries are working. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next participant from Friendship University of Russia, Moscow, Say Dustan and Alexander Malakov. Are you there? I think it's a joint presentation. Are you there? Alexander Malakov? Are you there? Okay, I'm going for the next. Tatiana. Next, Tatiana, Ekaterina,
Hello, I will perform instead of Tatiana.
Okay, okay.
Hello, hello.
Yeah.
Please wait 1 second.
Okay, sure.
You see my presentation?
Yes.
Yes.
It's visible.
1 second. Okay. Hello everyone. My name is Edward Ovakyan. I study in People's Friendship University in Russia. And today I will present the work that I did together with Ekaterina Mukharinova and Tatiana Kharitonova. Let's start. The theme of our work, education in social networks, the case of Instagram. I'm sorry. Instagram blogging is a promising and young direction of mass communication. Instagram reached 59.4 million users from Russia in May 2020. According to 18 Blog Russia, Russian advertisers invested 158 million in advertising via social networks last year. However, advertising is not the only thing the bloggers get paid for on Instagram. Over the past few years, it has become clear that you can effectively sell your products through a blog, and it's not just about measurable things. Now people are selling their professional skills. I'm sorry, I have technical problems. You can give me 1 minute, please. You hear me? Yes.
You're audible. Not an issue.
Please wait.
What happened, Edward?
I have technical problems. Please, 1 second.
Okay. If you are facing any technical issues, you can start without the slide share.
I can't download presentation. We will consider the later type of people, and the object of all our research was the blog of Alexandra Mitroshina. Alexandra Mitroshina is an Instagram influencer with 2.7 million followers. In Russia, she is primarily known as the person who became a millionaire thanks to the blog. Alexandra was able to earn such money not from advertising, but from courses sold to her through her personal brand. Mitroshina started her blog with sports topics. She continues to lead it to this day, although her blog is long moved in the genre of lifestyle. The competence and personal example are given through construction, as well as her education become the basis for these girls' courses to be considered authoritative and people bought them. In generally, as you can see, the training, the competence and personal example are given through construction as well as her education became the basis for these girl courses to be considered. Installology is the most iconic product of Mitroshina. This is a training program for creating and promoting a blog on Instagram, which was started by more than 200 popular Russian bloggers. All of Sasha's courses are regularly updated and are also supported by constant support from curators. Therefore, it's not possible to get access to the course all the time. Training starts on a pre-announced launch day. This is how the course differed from a webinar. In generally, as you can see, training material is very voluminous. As a graduate student of journalism who is already studying for a master's degree, I would very much like to see many of these subjects in our curriculum.
Edward, try to complete as we have less time in our hand.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, it's Alexander Malakov. I've got a little bit problems with the internet connection, but now I think everything okay. Can I take part?
Oh, you are Alexander Malakov.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. You can.
One moment.
Yeah, sure.
Do you see me?
No, you are not visible.
And what the problem is? My camera is really old, and now I'm trying to download my presentation. One moment. Do you see the presentation?
Yeah. Yes, it's visible. Yeah.
Yeah, very good. Okay, I'd like to start. First of all, I want to say that I'm happy to take part in this conference. My name is Alexander Malakov. I'm a student from Rudan University, which is located in Moscow. Me and my colleagues have prepared speech on MEMS and the education about its opportunities, approaches, and perspective. Apart from me, my classmate Sedun San and Olga Matisse and our colleague from University of Genova, Ludovica Desseria, worked on this material. We decided to choose this topic because we find the MEMS themselves quite an interesting phenomenon, and since COVID-19 pandemic began, the number of MEMS has only increased. MEMS are usually based on certain events, statements, or phenomena. Pandemic has greatly changed our usual way of life for people all over the world. Their home spaces has become offices, universities, and schools. All this contributed to the growth of, in the number of MEMS around the world, as news saw that coronavirus pandemic has emerged for their creation. Me and my colleagues consider that many phenomena of MEMS in the field of education and educational possibilities of MEM as the way of simplified version of information. The integration of educational system, the internet and the media gave birth to new ways of information interaction between the people. As the main element of MEM is the images and the visual culture, MEMs are rapidly spreading into the network sphere. Relying on the currently used media platforms such as Facebook, Instagram, Zoom, Teams, and others. Influence people everyday's life and learning process. Also, MEMS can influence the effectiveness of the students' learning in the era of distance learning as the current one. Therefore, for study of MEMS is of a great practical importance in the educational process. We consider several ways of using MEMS in educational process. A MEM as a way of a MEM as a way to simplify educational material for better memorization. A MEM as a way to learn a foreign language, and a MEM as a student reactions to exciting their educational process. For breadth of study, teaching materials and MEMS in several languages were analyzed and used. As a career of new type, MEMS can carry the content of student learning in visual representations. They can also be manipulated and used by the teacher and have been objects recognized and accepted by the students since their inception. It can be seen that as medium of education for the students, MEMS can effectively convey educational content and are important bridge and link between teachers and students. Students' educational activities are a hands-on and interactive process in which teachers and students participate together. It requires two-way communication and interaction between teachers and students. MEMS are created in the process of communications and interaction between people. The growth process allows MEM to connect teachers and the students and foster communications and interactions between them. As the textual presentation of educational content is more formal and serious, teachers will inevitably appear constant and alignment in the transfer of knowledge and learning. In the eyes of most people, the impression of teacher is really vitally stereotyped. Sereneness, coldness are all words that describe teachers. Traditionally, teachers must win prestige in the heart of their students. However, as some and the more young teachers emerge in education, young people are also the main users and disseminators of the MEM. In this way, we use of MEM in education will shorten the distance between students and education can usually accomplished. For example, many young teachers use many MEMs to awaken their students' enthusiasm for learning evaluation homework and exam papers. These grades in students' work are no longer just numbers, but vivid and interesting MEMs to reflect the teacher, full support and explanations for the students. Even if the child is criticized, it is no longer an attitude of disgust, but the courage to accept their mistakes and then actively improve. Also, I forgot about the presentation. I'm sorry, it's not correct one. I will try to open another to show you the examples of the MEMs and how they used in educational process. One moment, please.
Okay.
You see the presentation, the new one? Yeah.
Yeah, I can see your presentation, but try to complete it as soon as possible. Okay.
Okay. Okay. You still didn't see the presentation, yes?
Yeah.
Okay, now I will try to conclude as soon as possible. Why MEMS are becoming so popular in education? Because a lot of students use MEMS, not only university students, but even people from the school. Also, on the growing population of the MEMS make efforts the new generation of teachers, the young teachers who know students, pupils more than the old ones. Also, MEMS are simply funny and visuals. It's also pandemic has make its has stimulated its growth because people want to want reflection about the educational process, about pandemic, and make some funny joke and funny picture to reflect. I think it's all. Thank you for your attention. I'm sorry about the presentation and the internet problems. Have a good day, everyone.
Okay, thank you so much. Over to you, Sanjay.
Okay, so one more time, we are giving opportunity to lovely Sinde. So are you there? If you are there, so you can present your topic. Malakov, please stop your sharing.
Yeah, one moment. Sorry.
Lovely, are you there? Lovely Cindy. Otherwise, I will go to the next participant.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, yes, Cindy, you are audible. You are audible.
I would. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
So,
Yes, please start your presentation.
I'm lovely Cindy Sibalmes, one of the speakers from Eastern Samar State University from the Philippines. I would like to share some insights and experiences with regards to education beyond pandemic, with concerns from specific perspectives, as this could be a basis for a research proposal. It is without a doubt evident that the education sector has taken its toll during this global pandemic. Indeed, COVID-19 is mainly the stimulus responsible for the situations we are in right now and the extensive adjustments we have to undergo. Education not exempted. Instructors, students, and even the institution itself faced challenges on finding ways to provide service and be of service during this crisis. In order to avoid face-to-face interaction between the student and the instructor, institutions, both private and public, work together to find alternatives to provide knowledge and continue progress of students. Came up with two options. First, online learning. Second, the use of printed handouts or modules. Online learning became a thing to cater students' needs and maintain constant communication with the instructor on a regular basis, but this also faced its barriers. Good internet connectivity and availability of smartphones or laptops. Not all students have smartphones. Not all teachers have laptops. Not even everyone have stable internet connection. like how I'm not able to share my presentation a while ago due to unstable internet connection. Then came modules with the intent of incorporating student learning activities into black and white and having the impression of an outcome-based strategy, giving the student the tasks to collect the information in order to provide answers to the given exercises. This alternative, like online learning, also faced its hindrances. The risk of being infected was very high. Students finding ways and returning those handouts were as risky as for those instructors who were given responsibility to distribute those learning materials themselves. Ensuring efficiency and effectiveness of students' learning was challenged, but it shouldn't and wouldn't be sacrificed by challenges such as lack of educational sources, lack of communication between the teacher and the student. Thus, such concerns were immediately addressed. Despite all these, and as part of those who strive to provide education to students, these barriers will not be a hindrance to success. Take it as part of the challenge of education and as a stepping stone to further develop oneself in finding ways to provide solution. Things may be tough during these times, but if we reach out to one another, instructors, students, and institution, we can surpass this crisis. That's all. Thank you. I would like to thank Sir for giving me lots of chances so I could present my presentation because I had trouble with my internet connection. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, lovely. So I am going to our next participant, Li Lin from People's Friendship University of Russia.
So I am going.
Hello everyone, I'm student Li Lin, come from People's Friendship University of Russia in Moscow. Today, I want to talk about the analysis of the advantages and disadvantages of traditional and remote education in China. Everyone knows that the new COVID-19 pandemic still affects many countries in the world. Because of this pandemic, education in many countries have shifted from offline to online mode, including China. Of course, during the remote sorry, sorry. During the remote education prepare, some people said that learning effective has been improved, and they can learn anytime and anywhere, which is particularly convenient. However, some people believe that without face-to-face communication and a certain level of by teacher, remote education can't depend students in deep understanding of the knowledge. They can learn and draw inference from one another. At the same time, students as educated and creative have been greatly compromised. For this reason, they disagree that some courses are done via remote education. In China, what are the specific advantages and disadvantages of traditional education and remote education? The proposed work focuses on the analysis of the advantages and disadvantages of remote education in China this year and also analyzes the disadvantage and the advantages of traditional teaching in order to compare. At first, advantages. At first, the time and space concerns are broken, and the old traditional of teacher center and textbook center is replaced. The learning time, connect, and the progress can be controlled by learners. Secondly, learn in a more relaxed environment with rich expression. Comprehensive use of text, video, and other technologies to enable learners to learn in a more relaxed environment with rich expression, reduce tension and boring feeling in traditional classroom, and better mobile learners enthusiasm. Thirdly, communicate with classmates through WeChat groups made me feel the excited of the class. I'm not studying alone. Remote communication has given new ways to teaching and learning, brought profound changes to education, and promote the review of educational concepts, educational thoughts, educational modes, and teaching methods. But everything has two sides, and remote education is no exception. I think remote education has the following problems. Firstly, lack of emotion communicate in the teaching process. Lack of emotional communication in the teaching process. In the traditional way of teaching, there is a emotional change when teachers and students communicate face to face. Teachers can infect students with their own unique personality charm, so that people can understand many things besides books while learning knowledge. Third one, bring other side effects to learners. Using various media to study is prone to physical failure, such as starting at the mirror screen for a long time causes visual fatigue. When using the computer for a long time, the effect of the body will cause bad influence and so on. Third one, many old teachers can't use the nowadays education platform flexible or even though not use it. When people learning in remote education, sleeping, playing games, and then there are some common applications in China. First one, Dingding. Second, Tengxun. Third, Chaoxing. Fourth, Mook. Five, first, 知道. And there are many platforms in China. Let's talk about the traditional education in China. Firstly, let's talk about the disadvantage first. Chinese first one, traditional teaching model can directly impacting by teachers, which often make students lack the ability to think independently. It's easy for students to set their thinking patterns, not to mention emotion. Second, connective teaching mode also affects students' personality development. Education mode can't take into account the personality of all students, so the process
Lily,
may have an
can you hear
impact on the
me?
development
Lily,
of students' person.
please go to the conclusion. Please go to your conclusion part.
Through the above analysis and comparison, we can clearly see the disadvantage and the disadvantage of the two models of remote education and traditional education, which the rapid development of the internet today. We can actually see that Chinese educational modes are becoming more and more diversified when the development of global integration
It also hoped that the emergence of diverse education modes can bring better and better education to students. And the original education mode also can be more and more perfect and show us new variety. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Lilin. So the next presentation is a group presentation of Daria and Julia. So please come and start your presentation.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me?
I'm hear you.
Oh, okay. Привет. Okay. So I hope you all can hear me. We're going to talk about the psychological effects of distance education. And also we have a presentation. I hope you will see this one. Can you see it? So,
Yes, it's okay.
Oh, спасибо. We have chosen this topic of psychological effects of distance education because of its relevance. Now we're all faced with this. I mean, parents, kids, teachers, professors. So I think this topic is worth talking about and needs to be identified. So switch to distance learning provide a rare opportunity for students to study their psychological state and well-being outside the educational institution. So from School for Public Health Research that you see here on your screens, I found a data called Young People's Mental Health During the COVID-19 Pandemics. This data, it measures a level of anxiety among the students that is called the Pandemic Anxiety Scale, which is called PAS. So what do we see here? 90% of girls and 88% of boys agreed that COVID-19 was a serious issue. The top two concerns for both boys and girls were the first, they were worrying about their friends and family catching COVID, and the second, worrying about the mental health of their friends and families. And the third highest concern for girls was worrying about missing school. Whilst for boys, it was concern over the long-term impact on their job prospects of the economy. So girls' level of worry was higher across all 11 items, as we can see here. So what do we face right now? In actual realities, we miss the fact of social interactions, and most of us, we take it for granted. When we were walking between classes with friends, chatting with the people on the streets, or small talking with your friends, or talking with professor before class starts, it actually helped us by keeping our psychological state at the proper level. All these seemingly insignificant interactions influence our lives. Without them, it would be difficult even for those individuals who do not like communication. So how can I characterize the current situation of psychological issues we have? The first one, I would call the lack of social interactions. Despite teachers carefully forced to do their best to create an engaging and interactive learning environment for many students, the lack of social interaction makes distance learning quite challenging. This is clearly noticeable in classes where the students is used to learn in a team.
Daria, so please shorten your presentation, okay? Because we have less time.
Okay, the next one, I'll do it fast. Extracurricular environment can complete distance learning. Physical absence from an educational institution prevents students from assimilating new teaching materials. And yes, students are overwhelmed with their jobs. and exercises. The next is lack of usual routine leads to demotivation. It's really hard to start doing something without seeing what you do actually exactly in that moment. So the next one is online education is safer and less stressful compared to offline education. Maybe someone mentioned.
Please go to conclusion. Okay.
Okay. So, and of course, I want to say about time management, but wrapping up, like everything, distance learning has its pros and cons, but there is no doubt that it has had a huge impact on all participants in the educational process. Despite all of this, we are slowly but surely adapting to the new conditions. We will continue to experiment with the digital learning to see how it compares with traditional teaching methods. So next words is up to Julia. Thank you.
Most students during the distance learning are faced with an increase in the number of homework assignments, lack of time on the road to the place of study, or the possibility of multitasking is not of reason for increasing requirements. Now students have to work more than before, as there are more writing work to do. Online learning has blurring the lines between learning, self-education, and leisure time. This can lead to burnout, panic attacks, sleep problems, and increased aggression. Yeah, that's all. Thank you for attention.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the next participant is Wang Hui Sen and Ayobota Shahiti. Please come and try to present very
Can you hear me?
So you have less time, okay?
Okay, let me show my presentation. Can you see my presentation? Hello?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Daria, please stop your presentation. Stop sharing your presentation. Yeah, now you can.
Wait. I need to see how to do this. I think I turned it off, no?
Can you see my presentation? Okay,
Yes.
can you? Okay. I am Wang Hui Sen from the Rudan University. My partner Ayobota and I prepared the topic about the impact of distance education on low-income students under the pandemic. The gap between the rich and the poor has always been an issue all the time, especially in the developed countries. And ordinary time is already difficult to pay attention to all these disadvantaged students in school, not to mention this serious situation under pandemic. So my partner and I would like to emphasize this issue, so we choose this topic. This survey was proceeded in America approximately on May of this year. In this chart is obviously that percentage of low-income students not having access to equipment for distance learning are more than 3 times the middle and high-income students. In the low-income family, they usually have only one computer or tablet for all children. So if the children have classes at the same time, it's difficult for all to have online classes at the same time, especially students in the elementary, junior, or senior high school always have the classes all day. In this chart, we could tell the percentages green section of doing little or no remote learning for low-income students are almost 10 times the middle high-income students. For distance learning, not only equipment is important, but also stable internet is primary thing. For students who live in the countryside, the unstable internet always happens. Sometimes they just use LTE on the phone for distance learning. As to this problem, I read the news saying that some low-income students in 1.5 months misses almost 10-12 classes, and some students could not download the video that teachers sent them because of bad internet, so they were behind in their studies. In this chart, we could tell the evaluation of low-income parents for distance learning are extremely poorly. And the percentage of this bad evaluation is twice the middle high income students. Low income parents' work are always labor work, so they could not stay at home for distance working, and they could not help children to understand how to use the program or operate the equipment. On the contrary, middle-high income parents are used to use this technical thing, since some companies have conducted distant working. So these parents not only could help children with their studies, but also help them adapt this learning way. Since distant learning reduces the interaction between students, and it could cause some mental problems like feeling loneliness or isolation. In addition, the lack of additional room or space at home for concentrating on distant learning is also a problem. From this chart, we could tell that many low-income students got less support from the school for their distant learning, although in some states of America, like New York City, government provided a tablet to students who have not computers. Or in Charleston, they strengthened school Wi-Fi or used the Wi-Fi bus to enable students to connect to classes. Majority low-income students are still suffering from the problem of distant learning under the pandemic. I think in some places and schools, they have already adjusted some measures for the pandemic. And of course, it's not impossible to adjust as fast as the situation changes. So according to this experience, I think government and the schools should still keep considering measures in advance in case in the future some situation like this happens, as I think distant learning will be a tendency. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. So please stop sharing your screen. Next participant is Igor Antipin. So please hurry up, Igor Antipin.
Igor has some technical problems. May I go first?
Okay.
Malik Mashayev.
Yes, yes. Please continue, Malaik Mahasev.
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Give me a second, please. Sen, could you stop sharing presentation?
Wang Hui, please stop sharing your presentation. Yes. Please try to complete it briefly because we have less time. Okay.
Yes, give me a second, please. Okay. This is it. Good day, I'm Malik Mashayev from People's Friendship University of Russia. I want to present you the topic, Education of Future Cinema Experts, the Role of Video Essays. This topic was chosen as the pandemic situation in the world has led to the additional education at home becoming more and more relevant. And nowadays, any person can receive additional knowledge through the internet. As part of our research, we will analyze what information a future cinema expert can get through essays on YouTube and how useful they are. We need to study the key channels, observe what knowledge they give, and draw a conclusion about its influence. A video essay is a critical video that covers an author's opinion on a specific topic about media and culture. Essays are close to other genres of film criticism, but they focus not on one film, but rather on broad topic. Also, the main task is not to rate something, but to explain it. The first channel is Lessons from the Screenplay. It was created by Michael Tucker in 2016. The author studied to be a screenwriter and read movie scripts for personal education, writing down his thoughts. He decided to post videos based on his observations, and his videos are analysis of certain script techniques provided with the examples, and he turns to books and manuals to support his words. Most often, he references The Anatomy of Story by John Truby. In American Beauty video series, Tucker explores the work of creating characters for the story and giving them a purpose. Then he talks about the cut pages from the screenplays that weren't included in the film. Using this example, he talks about the mistakes that can be made and the importance of director and editor in such cases. They can even make bad decisions work if they find the problem. Based on the videos from the channel, several notes can be made. The author has a noticeable experience. He uses reliable sources of material and gives simple examples, which is important for students. The next channel is Every Frame a Painting, created by Tony Zhu and Taylor Ramos in April 2014. The channel focuses on creation of the visual part of the film, the methods of staging frames, sound, and movement. It is noteworthy that the channel was able to get an attention of famous filmmakers. The video Edgar Wright How to Do Action Comedy explores the director's use of humor through frame, sound, and editing. In an interview, Edgar Wright mentioned that he watched this video and was very grateful to be remarked by it. Wright also said that he doesn't believe that a specialized education is necessary for making films, since he himself did not receive such an education. The video Marvel Symphonic Universe criticizes Marvel films for the lack of catchy soundtrack. Many people noticed that after this video became popular, the studio started making better musical choices. They even tried hard to make the main theme of the Avengers recognizable, like the soundtrack of Harry Potter and John Williams' music for Star Wars, also named in this essay. The Now You See channel started as a small student project in 2015. The channel focuses on highlighting the narrative elements of the story, such as opening shots, plot twists, breaking the fourth wall, etc. The Fender channel was launched in 2014 and examines the work of certain actors, directors, and explores characters from films. For example, the video essay What Does Food Say About a Character explains how exactly food can create the image of the hero and give to audience the idea of the character. So if a hero eats sweets, this shows his carelessness, while a raw steak, for example, can show the predatory instinct of the villain. Finally, the Russian channel Kinopoisk. It also analyzes acting careers, narrative elements, and techniques. However, in addition to this, it contains long essays on the genres and movements of cinematography. So there is a description in 20 minutes of the French New Wave in one of the videos with a list of films and their features. In conclusion, by analyzing the listed examples, we can draw the following thought. Video essays about cinema, whose authors approach the material responsibly, can be a good guide for a student. It is not a complete substitute for specialized education, as it lacks hands-on experience. However, the good theoretical material can give you a thought about the aspects of cinematography that they may not think about on first. On specific examples, you can see the reason for inspiration and self-improvement. Finally, it's also a great source for film critics who can take a fresh look at aspects of films, thanks to the knowledge that audiovisual essays provide. Thank you for attention.
Thank you. This is a very wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
So we are very much lucky enough to get Professor Diana Spalber. She's the professor of two universities, University of Genoa, Italy, and People Friendship University of Russia. So she is being requested to come on camera and say something about today's conference. Yes, madam.
Hello to all. I am really happy to have assisted at this conference, and I can say that thanks to all of you for so good organizations of so important conference, because to see how the students reacted to these pandemic situations, let's say that it makes our futures helpful, and it makes our futures less stressful, because now we can see that our students are really ready for the futures and for to assume what they learned from these pandemic situations. So I can say that our students probably are more ready than the teachers. So thanks once again to our students, and hope we will can continue to enjoy such kind of conference, and to be more let's say to hear and listen more our students what they are saying to us, because to see the feedback from the students, it's really important, because as usually I say, without students no teachers. So the students, it's really important for us and for our futures, let's say. Thanks to all, and thanks again to all the students that took part in this conference, and so important conference. Thanks again.
Thank you, madam, for your valuable speech. So we are back to the presentation. So the next presenter is Georgy Kovalev. So are you there?
Yes, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to activate the presentation now.
Yes, start your presentation.
Okay. Good day, dear colleagues. My name is Georgy Kovalev from People's Friendship University of Russia, and I want to present to you the topic investigative journalism and 4chan, what lessons can be learned from the Catch for the Flag. I chose this topic because learning the methods used by the 4chan users can be useful for aspiring journalists. Let's begin by defining what exactly can be considered investigative journalism. It is a form of journalism in which reporters investigate a topic of interest, such as crimes or corruption, and a single investigation can last for months or even years. Different authors give varied definitions to what exactly can be considered investigative journalism. But one feature that they all have in common is that journalists must perform an in-depth analysis of the topic while staying unbiased and avoiding breaking the law. 4chan is an anonymous image board website created in 2003 by Christopher Poole. The website is quite popular worldwide and receives more than 20 million unique monthly visitors as of November 2020. Its anonymity gives users a lot of freedom, which defines the 4chan user base. They aren't afraid of using racist remarks and insulting each other, but at the same time, the anonymity allows them to speak freely about the topics that they wouldn't be comfortable with in real life. The lack of accounts also helps counter an issue that can be seen on a standard forum, where a user with high reputation might get people to agree with their stance just because of their reputation alone, while on 4chan all users are equal. 4chan has often appeared in the media because of various controversies that its users participated in, but the one I'd like to focus on today is the campaign against the actor Shia LaBeouf and his project He Will Not Divide Us. He Will Not Divide Us is an art project by actor Shia LaBeouf and artists Nastya Romko and Luke Turner. The project has been created in response to Donald Trump's victory in the 28th presidential election. Shia and his partners set up a camera outside the Museum of the Moving Image in New York with the words "He will not divide us" written directly above. Passers-by were invited to deliver these words to the camera as a show of resistance. The footage was live streamed on 24/7 feed, and 4chan users quickly took notice of it. Since many of them were fans of Donald Trump and even created memes supporting him, they couldn't leave this project alone. In the following weeks, they often appeared in front of the camera chanting slogans in support of Trump, showing racist memes, and trying to annoy Shia LaBeouf. On the 10th of February, the museum management made the decision to remove the project, but its authors didn't give up, and on 8th of March, the live stream started again. This time simply showing a flag with "He Will Not Divide Us" written on it. Despite it appearing at an undisclosed location, the flag was taken down by 4chan users a day later. Now that we know the story of the event, we can analyze the exact methods used by 4chan users during the hunt for the flag and show similarities between them and investigative journalists. First of all, they studied every frame of the live stream, and by analyzing various details, such as plane trails or position of the sun in the sky, and looking through social networks, they managed to pinpoint the location of the flag to a town of Greenville, Tennessee. This can be similar to the way journalists researches various materials, be it information they gain on their own or through various sources. After finding the flag, one of the hunt's participants went out on their own to find it. This can be similar to how a journalist must not only analyze existing information, but also work in the field and find new information on their own, or even rely on help from an inside source. On the other hand, there are also a lot of differences between investigative journalism and the hunt for the flag. First and foremost, the entire campaign was centered around bullying Shia LaBeouf. In addition to that, a lot of actions by the 4chan users were quite dangerous. Some of them tried to enter forbidden areas, while others tried to use fire to burn the flag. All of this is unacceptable of a journalist. Another issue is that 4chan isn't a single person. There were hundreds of people working to find the flag, with many of them being professionals in specific fields, such as astronomy. A single journalist is unlikely to be able to perform all of the tasks that have been accomplished by the 4chan users. By analyzing this event, we can draw the following conclusion. 4chan users utilized a lot of the same methods used by professional journalists during their investigations, such as observation, analysis, comparison, calculations, and even got help from a user living in Greenville, which can be compared to how journalists can get assistance from someone they might know in a specific organization. Despite the fact that there are also a lot of differences in how the 4chan investigation was conducted, research kit can still be useful for aspiring investigative journalists. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. So our next participant is Nadija Budanova. Are you there, Nadija?
About Igor.
Yes.
What about Igor Antipin? Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
I'm ready. If you let me to introduce my presentation, I'm here.
Okay, so you just start your presentation.
Yes, of course. Sorry for this is my presentation. Yeah, good afternoon, dear colleagues. So I hope that everyone enjoy the conference and that all presentations were very interesting. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. And so the topic of my report is remote education of athletes during pandemic era. So the coronavirus has ruined the training plans of absolutely all athletes in the world. The coronavirus experience presents a highly challenging period for sport performance, so with potential effects on their lives. And now you can see, yes, next slide. Now you can see the quote of world best player Lionel Messi. So this is here. His words. He's very worried about the situation in our world. So the cancellation of tournaments, including those qualifying for the games, deprived them of the most important thing, the competitive tone. And next, yes. So it was necessary before the main start. Here you can see on the next slide which tournaments were cancelled. It is very interesting and important for the world. So the athletes were not prepared for such circumstances. So, for example, cyclists were left without bike tracks, and gymnasts without large-scale project leads. So even skateboards felt such problems when it turned out that Russia doesn't have a large number of skateboards. Yes, many young athletes from 40 to 70 years old were shocked by the new conditions. So I would like to focus on football and young football players. On the next slide, yeah. So children were out of their sports academies for a long time. The football players were left without systematic training. And now you can see the result that revealed many changes during pandemic situation. So they were forced to do exercises in small apartments. it's a very strange situation for our time, but it's possible to do only muscle stretching, body relaxations, and static exercises without running exercises. So also some players at home were too lazy and played computer games. Yeah, now we can see the picture, because we're talking about teenagers at the age of 14 to 17. Yes, next slide. As I told, by academic coaches from Zenit, Lokomotiv, Spartak, and Rubin, such lazy players are easy to calculate based on their results of physical tests in the first days after quarantine. With such young players, there was a serious conversation and also penalties. So due to the high number of people affected by coronavirus, young football players were transferred to distance learning. Yeah, now you can see the picture, how does it look like. So according to a study by Higher School of Education, only 64% of teachers used only platforms before switching to distance learning. And now teachers had to motivate players, young players from Russia academies. So some football schools held lessons twice a day in order to optimize the workspace. For example, the Rubin Kazan had a unique approach. Each student of the 11th grade had a personal assistant who suggested the details of the match. It's very interesting and important, as you can see at the picture at this slide. So it is important to understand that only one person out of 10 can become a professional football player. Therefore, school education is important for a young athlete. For example, in England, in other countries, statistics such according to Business Insider, only 180 of 1 million players will be able to become professionals and they can play in English Premier League. This is 1.12% success rate. What has been made clear through this pandemic is the importance of knowledge across borders, campaigns, and all parts of society. So if online learning technology can play a role here, it is incumbent upon all this to explore its full potential. So thank you for the attention. I'm done.
Thank you. So Nadija Budanova, are you there?
Nadia has some technical problem. I can try to only show 3 minutes what she did, because she did a good research. I will try to.
Okay, ma'am.
Do you see my screen?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, okay. So shortly, she did research among the students from journalism, Master of Arts, linguistic, television, also psychology, medicine, and so on. And what is the results that she obtained? That at the questions, how good are you during the distance learning? 64% says nothing changed. At the questions, you received the information better face-to-face or distance learning, 62% said that face-to-face anyway is better. And here you see what you lack. What is it they lack during the distance learning? A lot of people thought that they need technical instruments, so they feel lack on technical instruments. Other people feel the lack of to work in the team, and also they miss the place that it's aimed only for the study. Other questions was your knowledge of the courses has been better. start from the start of e-learning or not. So 31% says no. 33% says anyway yes. So we can see here that the percentage is really between no and between yes. It's really quite the same. And 21% says that they do not prepare themselves to the lessons. Which kind of study you prefer? 41% says that anyway they prefer lessons face to face, and only 25% says that they prefer also seminars, online seminars. And what is the really important at the questions, what is your emotion felt during the distance learning? 42% says that they feel tired. The people start to feel tired about online lessons, 42%, and 39% anyway says, okay, I feel good because I have a lot of time to manage my activities. And also at the other questions, what if you feel more some good or bad idea or feel from the distance learning? 44% says not so good and 40% says good. So so what it's idea anyway that the people feels by the times good for time management, but they lack on teamwork. So probably we could took in considerations this finding done by Nadezhda. Thanks. And probably also Yancy will have some technical problem with Zoom. So I think we can conclude our part here.
Okay, madam. So we have finished our presentation part. Now we are going to our next session, that is valedictory session, which will be given by two persons. One is Ludovico Disario. She is the master student of University of Genoa, Italy. And the next person is Dr. Prathita Bishwas, Associate Professor, School of Education, Adamas University, India. So Ludovico Disario is being requested to give the valedictory speech of this session. Oh, actually the person is he, not she. So sorry.
Here I am. Don't worry, Dr. Dutta. And good morning, everybody. I'm Ludovico Disario, and I'm a master student at the University of Genova in Italy. And I will do my best to try and be concise as time is running fast. And so, as was highlighted by all the presentations that we had the pleasure to observe today during this event, we are living in an intense period of change in every field of everyone's life. So no one is not getting affected by all these changes, especially in the field of education, which is of course responsible of forming the future classes of our society. And I must admit that I was very much impressed by seeing all the effort and the passion put by all my fellow colleagues, students in their works, all aimed at improving the education sector with the most up-to-date tools, practices, and analysis of different aspects and difficulties related to online work and education. Of course, we must be honest and admit that this period has brought great unpleasantness to most of us. But I think that it brought as well great opportunities. And we don't have to look too far to have a concrete example of some of the opportunities that this situation is giving us. Just let's take a look at ourselves. Almost 60 students from 10 universities and 7 different countries gathered to share ideas, opinions, and proposals about the future of education, and in the comfort of our same houses. Of course, I think we would all have preferred to be present together, to get the opportunity to meet each other, to share a cup of coffee, to share some chat. But nonetheless, I think that this is a priceless opportunity. And once again, I think we can all agree in thanking the organizational committee of Adamas University for their work, as well as Dr. Kundu as Dr. Dutta for their moderation activity throughout this whole event. But getting back to the main topic, I think it's vital to remark how in such complicated times, we must not simply stand and simply witness change. And as Winston Churchill, now I don't want to be cheesy, but there is this phrase that I find really fits the topic of our conference. And this short phrase goes, master difficulties are won opportunities. So we must not only be able to overcome this period, but we must embrace it and do our best to actively contribute in all fields in which we are operating. And seeing what we've done here today together, if these are the premises, I think that we've shown that we're already at a good starting point for laying the basis to a better future and to an improvement, like to get stronger than before this whole period. And this is it. Thank you very much for your attention and for the opportunity of getting the final speech. And I will now leave the word to the professor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So now Dr. Pratita Bishas is being requested to give the valedictory speech.
Sanjay. So good afternoon to all the honorable dignitaries, speakers and the participants present in this International Students Conference, ISC 2020, organized by Adamas University. I congratulate all the dignitaries who are a part of the International Virtual Conference 2020, organized by Adamas University. Every journey has a beginning and an end. However, the journey of education as a whole is a never-ending process. Adamas University also strongly believes in the continuous development of an individual and in the lifelong teaching learning process. In this pandemic situation, here in this e-platform, we have witnessed the amalgamation of 150 speakers from 25 different universities, from 15 countries, and more than 190 paper presentation submissions. Here in this particular education parallel session, we had a paper presentation of more than 55 participants. So the main theme in this session being education, creating future today, going beyond the pandemic, we had an enriching experience of listening to the various speakers who are mainly students, representing the various topics on education. The topics of discussion focused mainly on digital education, lifelong learning, language learning, education in the pandemic situation, and in other broader areas. The interaction and dialogues between the students of different universities of Russia, Indonesia, Moscow, Philippines, Ukraine, and India would definitely enhance the teaching learning skills, the pedagogical knowledge, and the technological skills as a whole, as of now and in the future also. In this context, I wish to congratulate all the speakers who have been a part of this virtual conference. Adamas University, situated in the lush green campus, 13 kilometers away from Calcutta International Airport, is always striving for dissemination of various branches of knowledge, be it in the field of artificial intelligence or outcome-based education. In the field of knowledge, education, and research, we have always had the support of our Honorable Chancellor Sir and our Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir. And I also particularly congratulate the organizers, especially Professor Porimal Chandra Vishwas, for organizing this students' conference in such a brief period of time. So, heartiest congratulations to the International Relations Department also. Since I am from the Education Department, from the School of Education, I would also like to give my deep wishes and gratitude to Dr. Shauli Mukherjee, who is the director of the School of Education and Dean Student Affairs, and who has also in her own way contributed a lot in the education forum of this webinar. So thank you so much, and once again I congratulate and heartiest success of this webinar. Thank you.
Okay, so I would like to request Professor Rodora Mendoza from Eastern Samar University, Philippines. So, Madam, so you are being requested to say something regarding today's conference. Rodora Mendoza, Madam. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, you are on mute, so please come, ma'am.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the Adamas University for letting us participate in this very important student conference. You know, this is a very good experience for our students from the undergraduate department and likewise from the graduate school. And we hope to collaborate with the different universities that have participated in this event. Congratulations also to Adamas University. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. So now we are at the end of the conference. So at the end, I am requesting our teacher, Odrija Chattopadhyay, to give the vote of thanks.
Am I visible and audible?
Yes, yes, yes. You are visible as well as audible.
Okay. A very good afternoon to all the honorable guests, dignitaries, to all the speakers and audience present here. First of all, I would like to thank our Honorable Chancellor Sir, Vice Chancellor Sir, Pro Vice Chancellor Sir, Porimal Sir, and Shauli Madam, Director of Education Department, School of Education, and the entire Adamas University for the arrangement of such a wonderful and informative international conference, ISC 2020. On behalf of the entire School of Education of Adamas University, my heartiest thanks to those speakers to whom distance becomes a trivial matter to keep the light of knowledge ablaze. I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to the speakers, both national and international, as well as Adamas University students, for the excellent interchange of ideas and the brainstorming activities beneficial to develop the educational arena. Actually, education is a process of man-making. Besides acquiring degrees and certificates, it will help us in our holistic development. It is a vacuum where the ideas from East and West get mingled to be a complete whole. So a heartfelt congratulations to those whose enthusiastic speech on the importance of education motivates the students as well as all the present members to think and create something differently. My wholehearted gratitude towards all the colleagues and staff of School of Education, as well as of Adamas University, for such wonderful arrangement in such a short time. Let me end on a universally inspiring note. Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Deva Maheshwara, Guru Shakshat Param Brahma, Tashmai Sri Guruve Namaha. Actually, we regard our Guru or teacher next to the Almighty, and he holds a very high position in our culture and society. So, looking forward to many such enriching initiatives and exchanges of ideas and vision in near future. Thank you.